My intent is to finish the game tonight, and then we got like 2 DLCs that I've never played before, so not actually sure. In the meantime, I've been doing a bunch of research and getting some game footage for a different video. But that one will be an off-stream thing. And we'll see how that goes. Wait, right here. Oh my goodness. Gosh. Alright, well, it's Alan Wake's time. Where is it? There it is. There's Alan. Yeah, I had an idea for a smaller video about something that I just needed to rant about. And if that goes well, maybe I'll make that Final Fantasy VII Remake video. But that's also a smaller rant.
Previously on Alan Wake.
Where were we?
Under the influence of the Dark Presence, I wrote a horror story that is coming true. Jagger had been my editor, making sure that the unfolding story would make her more and more powerful. Some part of me had been aware enough to write my escape into the story.
Together we can create something absolutely wonderful.
The lake, it does something to the works of art created here. It makes them come true. My mom gave me this old light switch.
The clicker.
Alice is being kept in a dark prison. I need to find Cynthia Weaver to fix this.
It's your fault, and you're gonna pay for it.
The dark prison.
Well, we're expecting a record crowd from the neighboring counties. Naturally, we hope to break the record set by last year's Moose Fest in our neighboring town, Watery. Ladies and gentlemen, some people have asked me, what's the big deal about Deer Fest? And I think that this sums it up. It's about friendship and community. We've got a great party coming up, but let's try to hold it in until tomorrow and get through the night in one piece, all right?
That's cute. We do get to visit Watery in the next game.
Someone will come for it when the time is right. Thomas said so. He wrote it. The key is insurance. It's my job to keep it safe. Safe in the light. Always in the light.
All the manuscript pages were gone. The FBI agent had taken them.
I think my tongue just took a crap in my mouth. Ugh. Oh, wait, we're in jail now? Al, this is not good.
That about sums it up.
We got super wasted and now we're in jail. Oh my god, that toilet's huge.
I am never drinking again.
It's gonna fall in.
I need to talk to Weaver.
Fucking
She's
drown
the one
in
the
there.
song, the Lady of the Light.
What, the crazy lady? Ugh, whatever you say, Al, but we're stuck here. They're not gonna...
I had some.
So, okay. We're gonna watch Alan Wake fake like he's got talent. Okay, so, you know what's funny? I think. We're playing as an Alan Fake, who is a character written by Alan Wake to be like the hero of the story. But like, I feel like he's also got a lot of Alan's internal criticisms of himself. He's also writing in characters who are disparaging his writing. He's writing in like a bunch of flaws that this character has. This character acts like an asshole to everybody, and like the writing itself is really hackneyed and kind of rough, and bad in places, but that's kind of what you'd expect from a first draft, right? But like, I like the idea that like Alan's writing in this character in order to shit on himself. Lucky read the chat message of friend me Seb. Here he found out it was his birthday. Seb, is your birthday? Happy birthday?
Reminder, they drank God's bong water last chapter.
That's correct. Well, happy birthday, Seb. Oh my goodness. Yeah, they got shwasted on Old Gods moonshine. They went to the Hall of the Old Gods, they drank their mead, and they got shwasty. Hates himself or Sam Lake? I think that Alan has criticisms about himself and especially about his art, but that's very normal for an artist. I don't know if it's like a self-hate thing.
Arthur continued on reading chat and found out, against his own thoughts, chat loves and treasures him.
Heck. Christopher.
Prison gone woke.
Damn, I can't believe prison's woke now. Wouldn't woke prison just be nothing? Is it woke to be a prison abolitionist? Because I feel like that's where I am. Bun, could you define woke for us? See, Alan Wake's first initial is A, so if you put his name together with his first initial last name, it's A. Wake. He is aware of the injustices in the system caused by a history of racial slavery. Maybe. He might be. I don't know. Caused by his writing to himself, yeah. I mean, I feel like we understand what woke is supposed to mean, which is like it's
He is not a were. He is awake.
it's an Ave term for being awakened to and aware of injustices in the systems in which we exist. Specifically racial injustice. But not exclusively. But also like woke prisons where the guards wear high heels. Hashtag girl boss. It's a word Republicans use to avoid explaining why they don't like things. I mean, yeah, they call things woke so that they don't have to explain their bigotry. Yeah, obviously. The term woke allows them to have to not have to explain the reason that they don't like things is because of racism, generally.
Reading to do first, Sheriff, and let me tell you, it was an interesting read. Well, I've got you now, Raymond Chandler. It's all here. All the evidence, including conspiracy to murder a federal agent. There's no way you're walking out of here. You hear me in there, Bret Easton Ellis? Huh?
Agent Nightingale, I want to talk to your superior.
Well, we all want things, Sheriff. I wanted my... Look, that's not possible right now.
Agent Nightingale, I insist.
Wake, what's wrong?
Lady, are you stupid? It's a trick. It's an obvious trick.
Okay, I've had enough of this crap. Wake, I'm gonna trust you with this.
You're joking.
Agent
Because Nightingale's an
my
asshole.
opinion would matter more if you were sober and if I actually believed you were here on official business.
Whoa! Get back in the cell, Stephen King. The only way you're leaving this place is over my dead... Wait a minute.
I love this part so much.
Oh my god!
Light. We need light. It's the only way to fight this thing.
In my office. I've got your things there. Follow me.
Oh, man.
Nightingale tried to make sense of the manuscript. It was disjointed and strange. He didn't understand half of it, but it all rang true. Impossibly true. He took out his hip flask when he reached the page that described how he reached the page that made him take out his hip flask. It wasn't the booze that made his mind reel.
We're sitting ducks with the lights out.
Alright, this is probably my favorite page in the game, I think.
Nightingale felt the situation veering out of his control, but the gun at least felt steady in his hands. He was ready to fire, resolved that he would let this happen over his dead body. And yet he hesitated. He had seen this moment before, read it in the page. He was transfixed by the deja vu and the horror that he was a character in a story someone had written. Then the monstrous presence burst in behind him and dragged him into the night.
He stopped because he remembered reading this page, and once it happened. That's great. I love this. Envelope in her office that has a thing on it? Okay, I'll check. That is pretty good. What do I want to point out? In Alan Wake 2, there's a similar scene that happens in the same jail, with Alan, like, suffering a headache like that. We'll talk about it when we get to Alan Wake 2. But I do want to point out that the jail goes through a little bit of a remodel in between those, because in Alan Wake 2, there's bars in between the different cells, not just walls like this. And that is an important point. So maybe they remodeled it in between games. I'm not sure. Also, these holding cells are huge. Yeah, the scene needed there to be bars. Makes sense. How rowdy do the parties get in this town for the drunk tank to be that big? I mean, this is the Deerfest capital of America. Deerfest gets crazy. What the? See what I mean? These people love their fucking deers, man. Deers did this. Huh. There's also a door missing here. In Alan Wake 2, there's like a door that leads to the basement over here. Love fucking deer. I mean...
Here are your things. Wake, what do I need to know? What do you need from me?
They can be hurt in the light, only in the light. And I need to find Cynthia Weaver. She can help me stop this.
Light. Check. Cynthia. She lives in the old decommissioned power plant. I can get you there pretty quickly in the rescue chopper. Come on, let's get back to your friend.
Maybe they're all thinking of that deer statue. Where is that, Iceland?
What? No.
We're going to fetch our ride, but I have friends who need to be warned about this, and I can't be in two places at once. I need your help.
Where's that dummy thick deer statue? Hang on. I'm gonna look this up. Yeah, that's the one. I want to say Finland. Finland would be ironic. Oh man, it doesn't say where this is. Hmm. Okay, I found it though. Maybe, okay. Maybe, okay. Maybe we should have more Deerfest. Maybe Deerfest is a good idea. The Asker Cultural House in Norway. All right. Is this safe to show here? It's art. It's artistic. I'm just saying. Don't Be a Stranger by Irene Nordley. Interesting. Huh. Guaranteed made by a furry. I would not be surprised.
I wonder what all those white spots are. Oh. Oh no.
Deers have those. The little spots, little frecklies. They're cute. Gosh. More countries should let furries make statues. I feel like associating, like, anthropomorphizing animals and sexualizing them is something that humans have been doing for a long time. We have cave paintings from 30,000 years ago of human animal genitals.
I need you to call them and tell them you have a message from me. Night Springs, okay? They'll know what to do.
Night Springs? Like the TV show? Gotcha. Oh, hey, that radio guy is on the list. Maine. Who's Frank Breaker? He related to you?
My dad.
Hey, is this like a secret society?
Can you do this? You'll be safe here. The backup power's on. These guys need to be alerted, just in case we don't come back.
You'll come back for me though, right?
As soon as we get the chopper ready. Thanks, Wheeler. I owe you one. Okay, let's go, Wake. Through the back.
My
The
hangover
chopper.
wants a pizza. You think there's any way I could order one, Al?
My hangover wants you to shut up and get to work.
I don't know if the pizza's going to be delivered through the... I don't know if they're going to be able to get through here.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be
I know
honest.
it's late, but listen, the sheriff, Sarah, asked me to tell you something. She says Night Springs, okay? So I guess she... Yes, sir. Okay, No, she's okay. She's just busy, so she asked me to... Oh, no. Actually, I'm a literary agent, sir. I'm just helping her out because she's busy right now. Well, the one you'd most likely be familiar with is Alan Wake. You're kidding. Well, I'm glad to hear that, sir. I'll tell Al you said that. That's really nice. But listen, I really need to make some more calls here. You got
That's
the
cute.
message, right? Yeah, that's right. Okay, thanks, sir. Bye now. Hey, the sheriff's dad is a big fan, Al. Said you're the best thing to happen to crime fiction since James Elroy. I think he was a little drunk, though.
This is cute. Barry's so good. By the way, this whole, like, secret society that the sheriff's in thing, where we're delivering messages, like coded messages, is also a thing in Twin Peaks, where the sheriff is part of a a secretive society protecting the town from things in the woods. You got any more, Barry?
Hello? This is Barry
okay.
Wheeler. I'm calling on behalf of the sheriff. Sarah says Night Springs. Okay?
I want to hear these. These are fun.
Okay, bye.
I think we're just going to get more of that.
Hello? Hi, Barry Wheeler. I have a message from Sarah. Night Springs. Okay? Bye now.
I was wondering if this had Twin Peaks influence. Harder to tell if you've not actually watched or played either. Mm-hmm.
Oh, hell. Whatever took Nightingale must have broken the gate controls. We can't reach the gate's control box from here. We need to get to the other side over the rooftop.
I'll go. I'll open the gate for you once I'm across. You stay here in the light and cover me, Sheriff, okay?
Are you sure? Okay then, but hurry.
Femboy Friday is trending on Twitter. Aw, that's always nice to happen. I like when that happens. I don't really want to use Twitter anymore, though.
I needed to reach the rooftop to get to the other side of the broken gate.
Okay. What are you thinking then, Wake? Oh, okay. There's a ladder over here. Oh. I stepped in the goop. Goop's not safe. If Barry is real? Barry's real. Oh yeah. Barry's a real one, for sure. Not safe for Goop. The thing is that, like, in this setting, in this story, Alan's writing, and I guess other artists' work, influences reality, but it doesn't, like... wouldn't, like, make someone wholesale, you know? Which is why I actually have an interesting theory about something that I don't know if it's true or not. But when we get to the end of this game, you know, I'm going to talk about it. God, this game loves giving you upgrades, like a better version of the shotgun or a better version of the flashlight, and then taking it away from you. Been slimed? Great. Save me some. Ugh, I feel so funky.
Hey, Sheriff! Your password. Night Springs? What's that all about?
It's a stupid joke we have. That Bright Falls is the original inspiration for the TV show. This town can get weird at times. Never this weird, though. You need to bypass the damaged control box.
What am I, an electrician? Hold on!
I gotta get all this goop out of here.
Ow, damn! That's smart.
Yeah. Good job, Wade. Okay, stick close. Our first stop is the town hall. The keys to the chopper are there.
We gotta get to the chopper. Dated reference. Yee! Oh. Go break her. Damn. Okay. Predator is timeless. That's fair. Can Alan just write electrician skills into his brain? Oh, that's a good question. Probably not. The thing that it will depend on is if it's important to the story or not. When Alan's like writing stuff into the narrative, it's gotta fit. It's gotta be cohesive. Yeah, he could write it into being an easy fix, but only if it was narratively convenient. Like... Otherwise, it would be like, no, there was no fixing this. I gotta find a way around it. If that makes more sense for the narrative, you know?
Over here, Wake! The chopper's in the other direction!
Yeah, but there's like a box over here. Kinda want it. I want some supplies. There we go. You're probably right that nothing major goes wrong in the process, but you probably still get minor shocks to show that he's not good at it. Yeah. Can't Deus Ex Machina this shit? You know, yes and no. Because he kind of does. I would argue that he does a little bit. Not enough to break the story, though. Anything that hasn't been written into the story seems to be almost fair game. I think I'd agree with that. Again, as long as it fits the genre. Fuck that guy.
And I thought New Yorkers were rude.
Hey, I'm haunting here. Hey, I'm a big old ghost. Fuck you.
You have the right to remain silent. I understand these rights.
Ow. There we go. Anything fits the genre if you're a fanfic writer? What if the Dark Presence got a hold of a fanfic writer? I can't even imagine. Still a sacrifice along with the Deus Ex Machina, so it kind of balances out. For sure. Like, it doesn't not make sense. I guess it's less of a Deus Ex Machina and more of a MacGuffin, right?
Let's be careful.
Well, that's Rose, right? Oh, you're not wrong.
Wake, over here! There's light!
Cool.
I have a key. Watch my back, Wake.
A very different game. Ellen was a Sonic inflation fetish writer. The thing is, right, that the reason that this is a horror...
Fanfic writer. There would be just as much self-loathing as Alan Wake. It's just 1000% hornier.
Well, here's the thing, is that Alan's not a horror writer. This isn't a horror story because it's Alan's writing, right? Alan is a detective novel writer. Like a pulpy, like crime drama. It's just that the Dark Presence has turned this into a horror story. Mostly. Kinda. So it'd be Sonic.exe? Kinda, yeah. Yeah. Like, even if they were like a horny fanfic writer, they would probably wind up writing a Sonic.exe or something. Because the Dark Presence has an influence over what's getting made.
Forced horror / fic? Tell me more lines.
Let's go, Wake.
Goodness. You think Alan and Alan Wake 2 had to write scenarios in order to get food and had to fight Scratch while he was at it in order to not starve to death? No, being in the bottom of the lake is like being in a dream. And you're not gonna like... you don't have to have sustenance in a dream, right? Like, you probably can if it's for the narrative of the dream itself.
Okay, someone's messed with the fuse box here, but you should be able to jury-rig it while I find the keys.
I already got electrocuted once today. How about I look for the keys and you get burned for a change?
Fine. They should be in the clerk's office on the other side of the building near the main entrance.
How about nobody gets electrocuted? Could we do the plan where nobody gets electrocuted? Can we make that happen? Calico the Cat Bean? Thank you so much for the heckin' tier 1 sub. Oh my gosh. Welcome to the Court of Hearts, Your Majesty. Hello.
The darkness that wore Barbara Jagger's face was furious. The story in the manuscript had been making it stronger all the time, but now the light had set the writer free and hurt it, weakened it. It was only a matter of days before the Dark Presence would be strong again, but meanwhile, it would be difficult to recapture the writer.
Followed last night, but you was offline. Aw. Well, welcome.
The message was from Barry. He was getting worried at the station. He wanted us to hurry.
Yeah. So there's a question that I want to answer when playing this time, and that's, where does Mr. Scratch come from? And I've got one or two explanations. One of which I think is more convincing. Ooh. Upgrade. I think you can write around that you need to eat since it's not necessary for the story. How many books have the characters having to eat every day? Yeah. It's only, like, characters in the story only really need to eat if it's interesting or a conflict. Okay, like, Sheriff, if starvation is a concern, then, like, as part of the drama of the story, then it'll be in there. And if food is in there, it's usually because it's interesting in the case of something like I don't know, describing all the food in a Redwall novel.
Barry?
Why isn't he inside?
Oh god! Oh god!
That dark presence is carrying a car!
Barry, look out! Barry, move! Ah! Barry!
He made it inside, Wake. He's okay. The storefront's blocked. Come on, Wake. Let's go around. We can meet him in the back.
Jeez. Barry better survive this. There's a surface to Barry vehicle. I guess school's out. Jeez. Is Barry in too? That's a good question. The answer is no.
It's rabbit season.
Freeze! Keep shooting!
But also, yes. Hey, Johnny.
Jacques. Hey, Jacques. Get those that super gay white rabbit with the flafieries in our garden again.
Listen. I remember going from I hate Barry, I hope he dies soon to you better not be dead, Barry. I know, right? Barry's such a trope, and then he's just, like, actually the best guy ever. I love him. Stayed up all night and it's 11:45. Oh, go have a nap, Johnny. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I remember having a big 180 on Barry.
We can make it through the bookstore.
Hey,
Wheeler should be waiting for us in the backyard.
Keep the hell down or I'll call the sheriff!
Oh, hi, Doc. I've got it. Don't worry about it.
Sarah, about time somebody showed up. All this shooting in the air is idiotic. One of these days they'll kill somebody. And over Deerfest.
I know. Go back
Deerfest
to bed.
people are crazy,
Got a
though.
point, Wake. Look, this town can't take this.
It's me they want. The sooner I get out of here, the sooner you can all get back to life as usual.
I hope you're right. Come on, let me get this door open.
Go with Alan
you got
Wake
the keys to
fucking
the
novels.
bookstore?
Perks of being the sheriff. A girl needs to get around.
Audiobooks. This is a good bookstore. I like this. This is cute.
They're really taking advantage of your presence here, Wake. I heard they're selling a lot of your Alex Casey books.
Right now, I'm not a
Cool.
big fan of my own writing.
This is the edgiest shit. I remember there was an interview with, was it Maurice Sendak? That oh gosh, who was it? It was an interview with Maurice Sendak that was fuck, who's hosting the Tonight Show now? Am I gonna have to Google this? Probably gonna have to Google this. Stephen Colbert, that's right. There was an interview with Stephen Colbert, and where he was interviewing Maurice Sendak, and he was like, this was like at the fucking end of his life too, and it was super funny. But Colbert is like, oh, don't you think audiobooks are just gonna phase out books entirely? Don't you think audiobooks are just the future of books? And Sendak's like, I hope they're not. I hate them, but if they are, I don't care. I'll be dead by then. Fuck it. the most curmudgeon-y, like, oh, I love him. Jeez. Miss him.
Cynthia Weaver worked hard, following her obsessive rituals, sometimes fighting them, always giving in to them in the end. She haunted the halls of Bright Falls abandoned power plant. She marked her caches with light-sensitive paint that could only be seen by eyes that had been touched by darkness and saved by light like she'd been. She was preparing defenses and supply lines for the war she knew would come. The war between the forces of light and darkness.
I was way back on the Colbert Report. Well, that's cool that we get an explanation for who's leaving all those caches around for us, huh? Architecture. That's a lot of architecture. Alan Wake. Shadowbringers. Adventure. Love one of those. Some more adventure. A lot of that going on. A lot of building fans in this town, yeah. Oh, love a mystery.
Architecture? You can build stuff on that foundation. Cube Nui.
Look, Wake, maybe that's him. That's the way to the chopper.
Oh yeah, but there's like collectibles over here. Sarah, did you know? There's like collectibles. Adventure. There's all the turn-based strategy. Oh, don't get me started about video game genres. Fucking every game's an action adventure, isn't it? Like 90% of games are action adventure. Whatever the fuck that means. I love that there's games like real-time strategy, which is purely describing the mechanics, and then there's horror, which is describing entirely the theming of the narrative, you know? Completely inconsistent. What the fuck does survival horror mean? They don't have survival mechanics. I think it's just that you're trying to survive the horror. That was before survival mechanics even existed. Metroidvania, Souls-like, and roguelike? Yeah, which are... It's like this other game. Wild. Video games are good. Oregon Trail is a survival game. That's true. Kind of is, yeah.
I'm gonna give Pastor Howard a piece of my mind about this lock. Ugh, I told him to get it fixed.
Physical labor. Let's take
The
a
entire plot
break.
of the game at a random ass office. Oh, fucking Stray Souls? Ugh. Enjoy! Kapow!
Omega-3 fatty acids are good for your heart.
Oh, are they? Yeah, they are. Yeah, alright. These shadows are spitting truths.
Far enough.
See, I like this game because it's like an action game, but it's also a little bit of a horror. But then when you're playing it, you're learning something. It's educational.
Okay, it's open. Let's go, Wake.
But also, it's an adventure. Edutainment, yeah. I'm entergaged. Is the term milieu instead of setting? Different category? Hmm.
Wow.
We keep them lit all night long on the night before Deerfest.
Why?
Well, it's tradition.
Hmm.
Oh fuck, religion. Man, this is getting too preachy for me.
Hmm. Help, I'm getting tricked into learning.
No, you're not entergaged. You're enterpaged Lucky Bun Pun.
Oh my god. Difference is you have to identify the most important aspect of the game to the audience. RTS mechanics are a selling feature to people that like RTS mechanics. Horror is a selling feature to people that like horror, but also potentially a reason to not to buy something for people that don't. Sure. And I think that there's never going to be, nor should there be, a standardization for genre, because that would be less accurate than something like what we have now, which is messier but more true, if that makes sense. Because there are things that I could say about horror that do describe the mechanics, because games that have horror elements often have certain mechanics to them. Like a de-emphasis on fun combat. Like usually the combat's going to be something that you're trying to avoid. Often this involves like managing resources in some way. You know, not always, but often. Like there's certain things that you would say about horror games that don't necessarily, that do describe the mechanics, you know? Yeah, often there's puzzles involved. Again, not always, but yeah. Because genres aren't neat and organized, narratives aren't neat and organized. Having something that's a little more messy and organic is actually going to be more descriptive than something that is more organized. Because that's the way life works. I don't know. I just think that's fun. Horror or thriller describes what they want the audience to feel rather than plot story stuff. But there's still descriptive subgenres in those categories. You want to know something fascinating? Is, oh, man. So I do a lot of like what I would consider critical analysis, right? Which is, you know, taking critique and applying it to my favorite genre of media, which is video games. But there's a long history of doing this for things like film, and even longer than that for literature. And for a long, long, long time, the purview of criticism was educated white men. Those were the people who were doing the critique and deciding what is and is not artistic, is or is not art, or worthy of criticism, right? And literature has its own like complicated history with this, but in film, the way that this manifested for a long time was that there were and still are certain genres of film that are considered to be beneath criticism. Virtual Kohai, thank you for the follow, my fur and whiskers. How are you? A fellow Weaver. Oh my god. Malamutes are good. Oh my goodness. Culturally Euro-derived areas for sure. Oh my gosh. So of course they had to explain why certain forms of art were shouldn't be considered art, right? And here's what they came up with is for a long time, until probably like the maybe 70s or 80s, it was considered the kind of movies that you wouldn't critique in an artistic way are pornography, which still isn't considered art for a lot of critics, which is bothersome. Melodrama, which are, for women, and horror. Until the 70s or 80s, horror was not considered to be an artistically worthwhile genre of film, which is fascinating. Melodrama is a genre that just doesn't exist anymore. Nobody's making these things. And pornography is still considered not worthy of artistic merit, which is awful. But the reason that they came up with for these is that they critics of the time said that these aren't worthwhile as art because they're meant to evoke a physical reaction rather than an emotional or an intelligent reaction. So like melodrama is designed to make you cry, or horror is designed to make you jump or give you goosebumps. And pornography, I don't think I need to describe the physical reaction to pornography, do I? I feel like it's pretty evident. Anyway. But they were like, these aren't emotionally or intelligently communicative as art. They are physical, which is different and less worthwhile. And I think that's stupid.
It's really not that hard to describe porn.
Oh my goodness. There might be kids here. Oh god, I hope not. I mark my stream as mature on purpose. Jesus. So yeah, I don't know. I just thought that was interesting, and I'm so glad that we don't do that anymore.
Remember that one of the most important publications for the advancement of science fiction and fantasy was Playboy, because it was seen as lesser for a long time.
That makes a lot of sense. It was probably also an extension of the pulps, which went out of fashion in the 60s. Often considered queer filmmakers. Kind of interesting to think how it does not have artistic merit. Yeah. It was talking about things like this. Disparaging forms of art is a way of disparaging those and bring them out of cultural consciousness, right? Like they're not worth an audience consuming them. And these genres were really important for queer representation too, because of stuff like the Hays Code. If you wanted to depict a queer character in a film, there's not a ton of genres you could do it in. And horror became one of the most popular ones to use. And probably also pornography, but I'm gonna be honest, I don't know a lot about the historical significance of porn. I haven't read a lot about it, actually. I feel like I should, though. I feel like it's probably important. It's easier to push the envelope if nobody's looking closely. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. It was also just like a lot of queer filmmakers didn't get a chance to make things that were considered to have more artistic merit. So they usually wound up making
To go through the basement to get to the parking lot.
Yeah, there's no way going through the crypt will turn out
horror
to be a
and
bad
stuff like
idea.
that. History of Japanese erotic art? Oh, I do know a bit about that. Yeah. Like shungi. It's called hentai and it is art. I actually saw... I think I can show it on stream. Hang on a sec. Let me look this thing up real quick. Let me look at this thing real quick, because I... I had a really good laugh about this. Where is it? I think for artistic purposes, I should be able to show this on stream. However, I may have to censor this slightly. I could do this real quick. Give me just a second. This is funny. It's worth it. I love things that you can maybe show on stream. Like, yeah, hopefully. Probably show this on stream. I think I just need to block out one part here. Dun, 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 dun. Sorry for the wait. Oh my goodness, Fizzy Bear, how are you? Oh my gosh. Hello. Welcome in, Raiders. It's so good to see you today. Oh my goodness gracious. Hello. How was your stream and did you have a good time? I'm doing some censorship on the fly so that I can show a thing to chat. There we go. There it is. Okay. We were talking about art and also pornography. And how pornography is sometimes art. But I hope you had a delightful stream. Oh my goodness. That's how Bun gets banned. Okay, so we were talking about erotic Japanese art. Strange Steven Universe mobile game. That sounds fascinating. Huh. I think I remember that one. Gosh, I remember there being a Steven Universe mobile game. Huh. I'm gonna have to check out that VOD. Alright, so here is a piece of... I think this is called Shungi art. Hopefully it's okay for me to show this, but okay. Alright. I had to block out a little bit. I hope you can still tell what's going on here. Alright. So this is a piece of political art. Is what this is. This is a piece of Japanese propaganda. Where that is a Russian soldier watching a Japanese soldier having sex with his wife. And I thought it was funny because it's this. It's just this. It's this. This is what it is. It's just this again. Oh no. Oh, it's the chocolate chip cookies again. Oh, history may not repeat itself, but it often rhymes. Heck. It's like poetry. It's like they rhyme. Every frame is so dense. There's so much going on. Oh my goodness. All right, that's all I had to share. Dare I ask for the context, or will I be happier not knowing? It was some furry drama that is probably still in the process of going down. It's been going down for a couple years, and everyone involved fucking sucks. We can laugh about it because there's no good guys in this whole fucking story. Jeez Louise. Reality writing sucks then. Finally, we beat the Alan Wake DLC boss I've been struggling with in Control. Oh, that one. Yeah, I know that one. Oh, Marvelous. I hope you enjoy Control. That game is great. That game is super good. That drama is still going? I mean, those people are still around, so... I assume...
Did you call 911?
Woo!
Guess that one saw the light, huh?
Barry!
You didn't like that one? A tough
No,
audience. Well,
that was
I got
terrible.
plenty more.
What are the Christmas lights for?
Protection, man. Like garlic against vampires.
How are you powering those?
The helicopter's just across the parking lot and up the hill. Come on.
Barry's so good. I loved Control, and that's the reason I played Alan Wake. That's not a bad choice. See me? I played Alan Wake, and I thought it was alright. It was fine. It was okay. And then I played Control, and I was like, oh, this is great. And then I played Alan Wake 2, and I'm like, oh no, Alan Wake's a masterpiece. I'm gonna go back and talk about how fucking awesome it is. I feel like this game is even better in the context of Alan Wake 2 existing. Barry isn't just festive, he's dear festive. That's our dear friend Barry.
The Bright Falls General Store is now my favorite place in the entire world. See this headlamp? It's like a superpower. I can just look at one of those things and they die. It's my flaming eye of Mordor. I wish I could say that.
Hey,
you fucking
I want a
nerd.
headlamp.
Last one.
Bastard.
Well, Alan is such a dick. Gosh, the town is so moody. I love it.
Alice had screamed until she had no voice left to scream. Around her, the darkness was alive. It was cold and wet and malevolent and without end. She was a prisoner, trapped in the dark place. The terror would have burned her mind out, but one thing made her hang on. She could sense Alan in the dark. She could hear him. She could see the words he was writing as flickering shadows. He sensed her too. He was trying to work his way to her.
For some reason, I never bought it. Played and loved Control, so finally got Alan Wake after that. Now that Alan Wake 2 is tied with Metal Gear Solid 2 as my favorite games, I agree with that. Yeah, I'm probably going to be thinking and talking about Alan Wake 2 for the rest of my life. It's really good. I do still like this first one
There's
as
a
well.
damn school bus at your head and you're about to take a helicopter ride with someone who may or may not have a pilot's license. You're cleared for departure to Night Springs.
Yeah, I'm taking. Ah!
Oh bun. I finally went back to try to complete MGS3. I hate it.
Really? I feel like MGS3 is like the most popular one.
Far enough. Keep hitting him.
I feel like everybody likes Metal Gear Solid.
Keep hitting him.
And I think it's good. I think it's good. Great, even.
Oh, I'm never gonna get used to this.
Is Night Springs a Twilight Zone thing? It is. Alan used to write episodes of Night Springs. Which is a cute little Twilight Zone show that you can actually watch in the game here. There's like episodes of it you can see on the TV. It works similarly to in Twin Peaks. There's a show that the characters watch called Invitation to Love. And during Twin Peaks, usually they'll mirror what's going on in an episode of the show with what's going on in An Invitation to Love. Except the soap opera they're watching on TV is way fucking sillier and ridiculous. It's very cute.
The helicopter's just up ahead. I'll need a while to prep for takeoff.
Similarly, the episodes of Night Springs kind of mirror what's going on in fucking Alan Wake. Alright, I think I'm gonna stick with the rifle I've got for now. Never getting a helicopter in a video game, dang it. What are we, Mike from Resident Evil 4? My favorite Resident Evil character? You know, here's an interesting thing, I think.
Please say invitation to love one more time. Visage
An invitation
souriant.
to love. Last time on An Invitation to Love. It's fun to say. The fun thing about Twin Peaks, I think, is that David Lynch is very interested. So's Stephen King to an extent. They're both very interested in having a sort of critique of Americana, where they're presenting something that's like typically American and then peeling the veneer off of it to reveal the corruption underneath. And when Stephen King is doing this, there's stuff like Salem's Lot or things like that, where it's like sort of historical American locations that have a dark past to them that is revealed, or The Shining has this, Pet Sematary is doing this too. They're very interested in talking about the bloodshed that America was built upon, right? And Twin Peaks is doing something similar, where it's presenting a veneer of like Americana and then peeling that back into something more horror. Obviously a lot of David Lynch's other work is also doing this. The way that Twin Peaks does it is quite interesting because it's doing it through its genre. Because Twin Peaks was a soap opera made in the 1990s, it's playing with a lot of the tropes, ideas, and themes that you would expect to see in that genre of television show. And when it's presenting aspects of horror and murder and bloodshed, it's doing so in a way that is antithetical to the way that you would usually see these things portrayed in a soap opera, right? It's presented much more like a horror movie, and it's defying its own genre, which is fun to see. And I think Alan Wake is doing something similarly, where it's weird that Alan Wake on its face is kind of presenting itself like a horror game, because I don't know if it really is one. It's not particularly scary, is it? It seems to function more like an action game, with horror elements kind of seeping into it. I don't know. horror themed.
You will never get her back.
We're not ready to take off yet.
Barb.
Ready, I'll hold them off.
Ow. Wait, did it switch me to the shotgun? No, I still got the... Yeah, I still got the... Okay. Whee! Okay. What, a Soapland opera? Is that not just Yakuza 7? Oh. That tornado's carrying... well, a bunch of stuff, but... How do I switch out to... one of these? Yeah, that's a good move. Like that. Alright. Let's switch it to the shotgun. It's an Angie tornado. Yeah, the torch beam is a really good diegetic crosshair. And it's pretty cute like that. That works. All my weapons reloaded. Hey, Swim, how you doing?
Keep fighting, Wake. We're almost ready to take off.
Unforgettable man, trying to look through it. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope you feel better, Thallium. We care about you. I feel like I've got a lot of resources right now.
Wait, we're leaving. Get a move on.
Yeah. Let's get the hell out of here.
Wait, you better put an end to this.
Just get me to Weaver, Sheriff.
You're taking a big chance on a local crazy lady, Al. I hope you're right about her, or we can kiss this town goodbye.
Well, I don't want to miss Deer Fest. Oh.
I hope you know how to deal with this, Wake. I guess you New Yorkers are used to rough situations like this.
Right. The city's a war zone. King Kong, mutant alligators, and Alex Casey shoots the place up every weekend. Look, I never even carried a gun until a couple of days ago.
Well, my dad used to be a cop there. Tells some pretty wild stories.
Stuff like this?
No, just normal bad stuff. Kinda like your books, Wake. I used to tease Dad that he was just like Alex Casey.
You've read me.
Oh, sure. You're a pretty good writer. A little heavy on the metaphors, maybe.
Nobody's ever said that before.
No one's ever said you're heavy on the metaphors?
Plan. See the lit building over there? And that's the dam further up the river.
Nobody's said that?
I can't land here. I'll take her down the road across the river.
Just get me there, Sheriff.
That is the first thing I would have said. Not the burbs! Not one person told him. I feel like that's Barry's job. That should be Barry's job.
Wait, we're gonna have to shake these things. We need enough plants.
Ah, burbs! Barry should have told him, yeah. Do you think Alan's got an editor? Or do you think he just makes Alice do it? Barry doesn't seem like a book reader. Maybe not, yeah. The darkness controls the take it. Yeah, no kidding. Oh, this is cute. Ah.
I had to do something about the chain for the door to open.
Do you know what this is here for? That's cute. Huh. That's so that the player doesn't go into the next area without a gun. Can't get past that unless you pick up the revolver. That's fun. I like that. Ugh, I don't like getting ambushed from every fucking direction. Jeebus Cribst. Ah! Ah! Okay. All of y'all. For real. Okay. Okay. Alright. Okay. Being bullied. What if they were werewolves? I might be a little more lenient then. I'm awake. I wasn't aware that I was surrounded. Okay? By wolves. If Alan's wife actually read his books, this whole adventure would never have happened. How so? Yump.
And here's a new song from a band that they always remind me of our local rock legends, the Old Gods. I couldn't tell you why. I guess it's just, you know, one of those things. Anyway, here's Poets of the Fall and their latest single, War.
Yeah! That's weird. It's weird that he calls them the Poets of the Fall. Huh. Cool. Sweetie, why are there so many dead wives in your story? Yeah, I guess Poets of the Fall are also in this universe. which is interesting. Why does he pick up specifically lithium batteries? I believe in the Xbox 360 release of this game, they were Energizer batteries. So it said you picked up Energizer batteries every time you picked up a battery. Although it might have also said lithium battery. They were just like Energizer lithiums, but I don't know. That's my guess. Hey Usagi, how you doing? Yeah, product placement. Nice, 2 for 1. Yep, they had big Verizon wireless adverts too. Giant billboards. It was terrible. Okay, I need to shoot that. There we go. DLC said, can you hear me now? Oh my god. That's funny. Ah! Tomorrow's role-playing night? Ooh, that'll be fun. Love a good roleplay. Here we are.
The power plant glowed in the night. It was close, but I had to find a way across.
I'm thinking maybe, yeah. My Dark Disquiet gets referenced in Control as a Poet's song, but Take Control is from the Old Gods, so they're both in that too? That's awesome. Maybe because I'm guessing Dark Disquiet was a song that Poets made outside of the video game, and Take Control was made specifically for it. Like I'm gonna assume that all the Old Gods of Asgard songs are made specifically for Remedy games. Big green switch. Nice. Got the combustible. Gosh, this area reminds me a little bit too much of Heavy Rain. And I don't want to be reminded of Heavy Rain for any reason. Jason! You know, I mean, with all the, like, electrical cables and everything, there's like a part in... Oh, jeez! How is Alan alive? Alan, for real, how are you alive? Oh, Omicron is awful. I have said in the past, sometimes people will ask like, oh, Bun, there's a bunch of games you play that are garbage. Are there any games you would never play? Omicron is the one I can think of. I'm not playing that.
Making her way through the water pipe alone, Cynthia was angry at the writer. Foolish young man, taking unnecessary risks. And the way he broke the rules. Didn't he understand what was at stake? Since the terrible days in the 70s, she hadn't wavered once, as hard as it had been. She was tired of protecting the town all these long years, and now only wanted to rest.
Do you plan on playing Pacific Drive? I was watching Wobbly play some of it, and it looked cool. I might. I don't think I would stream it if I did, though. And right now I've mostly just been playing Borderlands 3. And finishing up Yakuza 8. As my off-stream games. Hey, if you want to play Borderlands 3 together, though, add me on Shift. My name is Lucky_1 on there. I'll send you some guns or something. You know. You know, for funsies. Leave a comment on this web zone, and I will email you a gun. Okay. No, like this guy. Okay. What is Shift? That's Gearbox's like cross-platform thing. Because I play on PlayStation, and I know everybody else buys games on PC. So if you're on PC, you can go to the you can go into Borderlands and add a Shift friend, and that's me. Ah, okay. I think I see what's going on here. Cool. Be way too timid for that? Well, that's okay. You can add me anyway, and I'll just, like, email you a gun.
The story I had written in the cabin had come true. Touched by the dark presence, I had written a horror story, but the end was still missing. The story was incomplete, and the last unfinished page of the manuscript still sat in the typewriter in the cabin study. If I could get back there, if I could read the page, then I could write my own ending to this story and save Alice.
Thump. Yeah, we can go across the bridge there. Here we go. You wouldn't email a gun. In the Borderlands universe? Probably. That's one of the big things I'm worried about in the movie, is like... ostensibly, the Borderlands games are about, you know, a planet full of Mad Max raiders and cars and guns and explosions, but, like, they're pretty explicit about the reason that everything is a shithole is because of capitalism. The games are not shy about being like, no, companies have fucked up everything ever. And I don't know if I could see the movie doing the same. It's a concern I've got. Borderlands 3 is cheap. It's also super worth it. There's a ton of content in that game. It's great. Not as explicit as Outer Worlds. I disagree. I think Borderlands is actually better at it. And there's one specific reason. I do like Outer Worlds. I've got a big problem with it, though. Oh. Wait. No. Let me on. No. just made it, okay.
Or birds.
The ending? It's kind of the ending, but it's basically the entire plan, right? It's too much content? There's so much, yeah. Started Outer Worlds, do I have to dip for a second? I think they reveal what the plan is right in the beginning, right?
We managed to lose the flock. You're almost at the power plant. Keep going. I'll give you support.
Ooh, Night Springs. Okay. Yeah, I just want to talk about I'm not going to talk about the ending. I'm going to just talk really quick about what the good guys' plan is in Outer Worlds. After you get unfrozen right in the beginning, they pretty much tell you, hey, here's the plan. So the problem is capitalism, right? The solution that Outer Worlds comes up with is we need to unfreeze all the smart people from this ship that are all the scientists and everybody, and then they'll figure out a way for us to overcome capitalism. And I just think that's bad. I just think that's bad. I just think that, like, Outer Worlds is really good at showing how bad capitalism gets, but it doesn't have a solution to it. I feel like that's bad. How does that fix that? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, their solution is there's a bunch of really smart people who are frozen. We need to wake them up. And, like, that's not good. So yeah, that's my biggest problem with Outer Worlds. I hope that in the sequel they're like, nah, that didn't actually fix it. What we need is a workers' revolution. Like, I hope they come up with something a little bit better. Cause like, it's bad. There's smart people already in the system. Why don't we just find the smart people and get them on board? Exactly. The problem is that all the smart people are toiling away in factories. Like, that's the problem of capitalism, is our smartest people are forced into manual labor because they're not born rich. Every opposition to capitalism in Outer Worlds are just straw men too. A little bit, yeah. A little bit. It sucks. And Borderlands is a dumber game, but it is also like, the corporations are bad, we should blow them up. The Borderlands games are about bombing a pipeline, so like, I don't know. I don't know. I think they're both pretty good. Outer Worlds is pretty good.
Dreaming of being butterflies, or butterflies that dream of being men.
I'm sorry, what?
Such philosophical concerns are by necessity abstract. And yet, some of us can find concrete proof of the nature of our existence in Night Springs. Tonight's episode, an absence of creativity.
Hello, Martha. What did you want to show me? Oh, Lydia, thank God you're here. Please, it's in the basement.
Oh. You found Tannis to be a jerk? I like Tannis.
Oh, Martha. Oh, that's amazing. Isn't it just?
I like this one.
Like it isn't there, but oh, I can't look straight at it.
Oh, Martha, that's so nice.
How did you get here?
Well, I'm trying to work.
Did you put put this thing here?
In a way. To be more precise, I put everything here but that.
Really? But what is it?
Oh, I guess the temptation is to call it a hole, but it's really an absence, a profound lack of reality.
In Martha's basement?
I was doing so well, too. I came up with 2 old ladies and put something really weird in the basement. It was a great start, but I'm completely blocked now. I can't imagine what I was up to.
Handsome Jack got where he was by pulling himself up by his own bootstraps, the necks of his bosses and exploiting family members. What a guy.
What a guy. Is this an Alan episode? It might be.
It's just an ordinary basement.
Is it? Why did you call your friend here then?
Well, I don't know.
Oh well.
Couldn't you just ignore it?
Oh no, I couldn't do that. It would probably turn into a plot hole. Might be one already. Could sink the whole enterprise.
Yeah, I don't want that.
Listen, ladies, not to be rude, but I'm really not at all sure where I'm going with this, and you're just not helping. You should just go back upstairs for a cup of coffee while I try to figure out what I'm up to.
Well, if you think that's best.
Maybe I should just stop here. Or is that too moronic?
Is that too moronic? Indeed. Who can tell? It's a fine line between the stupid and the sublime.
In
Night Springs.
Night Springs. There's a fine line between the stupid and the sublime. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's a fun one. Huh. Fucking amazing. I was supposed to write something interesting for the basement, but I didn't. Like, I couldn't come up with it. I started out with, like, a smoke monster, and then they discovered, like, a hatch down there, but then, like, I couldn't figure out what's in the hatch. I'll figure it out during season 2, it's fine. Stop lumsting. I need to... Okay, if I was gonna have a Lost Mention bit redeem, it's gotta be 108 bits, right? And what should it be? Should it be the Razzle Dazzle? I feel like the Razzle Dazzle would be fun. Lost Mention counter. Hello. How you doing, Corgi? Ah. You okay? Once it lost and I was activated like a sleeper agent. Apologies. It's a thin line of one thinks it's Lost or Twin Peaks. There are some similarities, and the writers of Lost clearly loved Twin Peaks. How much combat section padding this game has? For real. I'm so glad the second game, like, just has so much less combat. Things it says about religion is fascinating for the time. So I figured out something recently. Like, I learned something really recently. That was kind of fascinating. And that's that Yin was super right. She's been right the whole time. Her vibe check meter, on fucking point. So Jacob from Lost, the actor that plays him, is the cult leader in Far Cry 5. And it turns out in real life, he's like a big libertarian douchebag.
I recognize the logo on the power plant.
So her vibes meter, she's like, Jacob is bad, vibes terrible. And it turns out, yeah, she was totally dead on the whole time. Who's Yin? My girlfriend, my significant other.
I'd seen a version of it painted all over the area, signifying hidden caches of supplies.
Prophetic hyena powers, exactly. So they just like... Here's the thing I guess I don't get. So this is a functioning power plant, right? How many people does it take to run a power plant, though? Like... I don't know. But, like, I imagine it takes a substantial number of, like, engineers. And, like, you know... Depends if it's on or not. I mean, it seems to be running. It's generating electricity. So, like...
2 people. 1 to turn it on, and 1 to turn it off.
I think they said it was decommissioned? Huh. See, that's weird to me. Because, like, the lights are on and everything. Presumably, it's been running since... the 70s.
Hold it right there!
Miss Weaver! Cynthia! I'm a friend!
Prove it!
And it's just Cynthia Weaver by herself.
Zane, Thomas Zane! You're the Lady of the Light in the song! You can help me!
About time! Young man, I've been waiting a very long time for you.
I guess I just don't know how she's running a whole power plant by herself.
It's in the well-lit room.
Excuse me?
What you need to drive the darkness back. The well-lit room is at the dam. I built the room to keep it safe.
Will it help me find Alice? Will it get me back to
It
the
was
cabin? Fine, let's
foretold
go.
by Gyromancy.
I can get my friends to come back with the helicopter.
Oh, we won't go outside. Never at night. That's rule number 1. You've been breaking the rules, young man, and where has that gotten us, No, I had a secret route, a lit route, an old water pipe. Something was damaged at the transformer yard. It's draining all the reserve power. Without it, the pipe will go dark. The power to the yard must be cut.
Let me guess. You want me to do it?
Young man, you're the one who likes to break the rules. I can't be outside in the dark. The kill switch is outside.
Okay. Darkness waits in my dreams. I miss you, Tom. Aww. Stop shining the light in her face. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to.
Been preparing for these times, the dark tides. You have found my caches, haven't you? You can see the signs. Very few people can. Yes, please. Take what you need. This is all for you, for the likes of us. We do Tom's work, don't we? Hurry! The switch is on the wall facing the shore.
Do you think they're doing something with, like... I've talked about the fun use of names in this before. I know I never... You know what? Good plan. Let that be a lesson. Never think. So do you feel like they're doing something with the name Alan A and Zane Z? Because Wake and Zane are treated as being similar or equal to each other. Like, people call
cut the power to the transformer yard.
Alan
I was willing to
Tom all the time.
to get her to help me. I hoped Weaver was dependable. I'd stumbled into this crazy world a little over a week ago. She had been living this insanity for decades.
But, like, they're also kind of opposites? The alphabets. Alan does have a helper called Barry.
I could see the kill switch that would cut the power to...
And this is Cynthia. Hang on a sec. Okay.
Transformer yard. Now I had to find a way to reach it.
You know what's weird about this? You know what's even weirder about this? You know what's even dumber about this? Is that during the credits for Deadly Premonition, they reveal that there is one character's name for each letter of the alphabet. Ending with York and then Zach. What's his wife's name? Alice. Floodgate controls. Okay.
If I could figure out the gates, I could use them to get to the kill switch.
Oh, okay. So I want to go across there, and then I want to go across there, and then I want to go across. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Easy. Bazoos. And the murders in Deadly Premonition happen in alphabetical order? They do. Such depth. He's insane.
Who designs these things?
That seems intentional. That's probably fine.
The transformer yard went dark and dead. Weaver's water pipe passage should now be good to go.
It's a platforming puzzle now. That seems safe. Do I have... Yeah, I do. There we go. That's the easiest way to handle that. The dangerous sparks let you know it's working. It's like a butterball turkey. And it does the little pop out and the little boop. Lets you know it's done. Uh-oh. Kabam! Kablamzo. I think I can keep using some of these. Simply because it's probably going to take all my stuff again. Oh, right. The switch. There it is. Can't figure out which specific violation being a platforming section is. That should definitely be a thing, though. Decommissioned site is private property. The plant is no longer in operation. Hey, Cynthia, I did that thing. Did that thing you wanted.
This way, young man. Follow me. Come, come. The pipe's empty now. We're ready to go. This way. We need to go. I knew them both, Tom and Barbara. I had such a crush on him. Such a beautiful man. I was jealous. There was a part of me that was maybe a little glad when she had the accident. And then Tom started writing and woke the darkness up. He tried to bring her back, but you can't do that. There are no free rides like that.
I'm starting to realize that.
In that case, young man, perhaps you're a smarter man than Tom was. The witch looked like her, but it wasn't. Barbara was sweet. He didn't understand until it was too late. He tried to undo it, wrote himself, her, everything he'd ever written out of the world. Oh, he was so famous. And afterward, no one knew. Oh, Tom. He left only one thing behind in my care, in case it happened again. Insurance. He trusted me, or perhaps used me a little. Tom knew how I felt, knew I wouldn't refuse him. I built the well-lit room and put it there. It's been waiting for you. We are characters trapped in a story you have written, and none of us will survive to see the end of it if the darkness isn't stopped. She'll twist the story to her own dark ends.
How do you know all this?
Tom, that's the way he wrote it. He still talks to me, you know, in television, from beyond, from below. We have both been touched by the darkness, young man. He saved us both with light, but the darkness stays with you. Leaves a stain. This pipe will take us directly to the well-lit room.
Okay, I need to call my friends, tell them where we're going.
Hello? Al!
Barry, we're headed to the dam in one of the pipes. Meet us there.
Okay, I'll tell Sarah.
It's Sarah now?
Whoa! No! For the sweet love of...
Barry! Barry! We gotta go see if they're okay.
They're probably dead. You must reach the well-lit room. This is no time to be a selfish idiot.
That's my best friend.
Barry?
Well, be a fool. I'll use the pipe. I'll meet you at the dam if you make it.
Maybe Alan needs a Tomazet stain remover.
At least I didn't have to worry about her. She knew how to stay safe.
So... So... Thomas Zane tried to use the power of the lake to write Barbara back to life. I'm noticing some similarities between Cynthia Weaver and the way that she treats Tom, and Rose from the diner and the way that she treats Alan. There's like a parallel between those two. And if Thomas Zane is the one who wrote this whole situation to happen, then it makes sense that he would include a parallel like that, right? Alan Wake 2 goes even deeper with this, where that becomes a much more explicit parallel. There's also a parallel between the situation with her and Tom, and I would argue the characters in Stephen King's Misery, where a writer is involved in a car crash, is saved, quote unquote, by one of his fans, who then forces him to write. In a really gross way.
Sarah was almost starting to relax. Maybe they could turn this into a win yet. Suddenly, there was a piercing sound, like a table saw gone wild, as 100 birds made out of shadows swarmed into the rotor. The chopper bucked wildly and the board lit up, telling her what she already knew. They were going down. Barry Wheeler screamed next to her.
Will it blend? No. I did do New Game Plus for 2. I haven't finished it, though. I haven't seen the other ending yet. So how much different is it? Not that different. A lot of so there's like extra manuscripts you can pick up in New Game Plus. But a lot of them, are Thomas Zane poetry from the first game. Or at least several of them are. Is The Fan in Misery an allegory for King's publisher? Possibly. Although, I think if you pull back a little bit, Misery has a lot in common with Alan Wake, right? Both of them are about writers who are basically finished with their work, being forced into creating more of it. Alan by The Dark Presence and by Hartman, and encouraged to write by Barry and Alice, although they certainly seem to care for him a little bit more. There are similarities between these, but I think what it comes back to, in my opinion, and if I was going to read into that in a little more of a systemic way, and that's to say that all artists are forced to produce content, whether or not they want to, under the threat of death and bodily injury by capitalism. Yeah. Yeah. So, you know.
Barry! Sheriff Breaker! Sarah!
I say content because The Dark Presence doesn't care about art, right? I'm calling it content because, yeah, what Hartman or The Dark Presence care about isn't art, it isn't a message, it isn't like even artistic merit. They don't care what the story is about as long as it's content that they can use to continue to exist. In Hartman's case, it's actually to gain power through exploiting the Dark Presence, because he's a capitalist and thinks that he can use capitalism to get ahead, which ultimately gets him killed. But in the case of the Dark Presence, it can't exist without the labor that Alan provides, right? It can't continue without exploiting others.
But as far as I could tell, the wreck was empty.
Ah, these are handy. Okay.
Barry! Barry!
Oh! Freeze! Over here! Over there!
Yay!
I'm coming!
Get the hell back, you freaks! Hold it right there!
Here, have one of those.
Oh, no you don't!
Yeah, there we go.
We were ready to make like Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid.
I have a different ending in mind.
Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks for asking.
I knew
We love you, Barry.
Right?
How's that?
The flaming eye of Mordor?
Laugh it up, funny man. Didn't we have somewhere to go?
Weaver will meet us at the dam.
Barry. I feel like there's an element to the Dark Place cares enough about the content to be about it gaining more power. True, yes. That's something that the Dark Presence does need, is for it to be gaining power and also for the genre of the story to be a certain thing. But you could read into that as, well, horror's very marketable right now. That's why Alan is encouraged to make a horror story, right?
Running uphill while a crazy bunch of demon hicks try to take your head off with an axe. You know your helicopter crash landed in Night Springs.
Barry.
Ooh, I should have kept that
See
gym
those
membership.
lights? That's the elevator we need to take.
We can do that. Elevators are never a problem in video games like this.
What the hell is that thing? It's everywhere!
You know what's definitely not going to happen is we got to wait for the elevator to come down and face a whole bunch of waves of enemies while we wait for it. That's definitely not going to happen.
Do something!
Don't worry about it.
He's too fast! I can't get a shot!
There! No, there!
Alright, that's one of them.
All over the place!
What could possibly go wrong?
How many of them are there? Enough of them! Ah, this can't be happening!
I think we're good.
Was that it? Are we safe?
That was... wow. I think we're okay.
Influence and push things in a certain direction, but it
feeling.
relies on the artist to establish and
keep our
map out
eyes
most of
open.
it. Yeah. I think it's because the Dark Presence itself has no creativity. It can't, like, imagine. It can't, you know, it can think,
I know we're gonna regret this.
but it can't create.
Wait, call the elevator. I'm keeping watch.
I think I hear something moving around.
No, I definitely want that flare gun.
Heads up! Here they come!
Oh no! Oh no!
They're coming! We have
That
to
was
hold
worth
them
it.
off!
Oh my gosh, who wrote this elevator to be so slow? Whose fault is this?
No, you don't! Right there!
I swear this is the slowest elevator in the world!
Nice, they wait for you to push the button before trying to kill you. You know, it's for dramatic effect.
It's almost here, Wake. Just hold on!
I believe what Dor said, Alan made this harder on himself than it should actually be. I don't think he did it on purpose. I think that's a problem of, like, if Alan was a better writer, he probably could have managed the situation a lot better.
Ow, hit the button.
Like, I think he lacked the talent or maybe experience, I guess, to...
There's an entrance into the dam at the top. What's the plan, Wake?
Well, Weaver's crazy, but she's got something Zane left behind. Something to fix this.
Gee, could you be a little more vague?
Thomas Zane? Seriously? Might as well be Paul Bunyan or Bigfoot.
Yeah, well, he was real.
Who? Bigfoot?
Let's be careful, okay?
Yo, physics are cool.
Oh, jeez, I hate this.
Okay, Wake. There's a button over there that opens the door.
Are we gonna get attacked by stuff again?
I think something's broken. Hold the button down so we can get in.
Oh, okay. So that we're separated. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh. Sure.
What's happening out there?
You guys go ahead and find Weaver. She should be in the dam now. I'll have to make it alone through the top.
Okay, wait. Good luck. Don't get yourself killed. Ow! Please be careful. I'll take good care of Barry, Wade. You just look after yourself.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Gotta be kidding me.
People pay for actually good physics systems for games that involve physics gameplay instead of physics. Yeah. Do you remember, so when they were working on Star Wars The Force Unleashed, they came up with like 4 different physics systems that they were layering on top of each other. Because they came up with like a molecular density physics simulation that was like, oh, different materials will interact differently. So that like wood could splinter along the grain and stuff. And then they were like, okay, and then when we have AI actors interacting with the physics, they'll try to like grab onto nearby objects, so we've got like an AI system on top of the physics engine. And then they came up with like bendable and breakable systems, so they're like, oh, this is enough force to break this object, but not this one, so it just bends this one, and like, yeah, they put a ton of work into coming up with all these different, like, physics systems. Had to be awful for the processor? Kinda, yeah.
Outnumbered. The searchlight could even the odds.
That sounds like a good plan, Wake. Okay. Good stuff. Furry was from Rockstar for GTA 4 and the table tennis game. I remember that one. It was pretty good, actually.
Spotlight turret section. Yup, it's FPS 360 game.
Yep. You bet it is.
Enough. You will go no further.
That tornado's carrying a car. So anyway, they came up with a really complicated physics simulation for Force Unleashed because they were like, oh, we want people to be able to break a bunch of stuff using the Force, and we want it to feel cool. And it did. It was pretty good. And then they had to make a sequel, and they were like, oh, let's just use Havoc instead. They were like, oh, that was really complicated. Let's not do that again. I think. I don't know if it was actually Havoc, but it was something. Havoc's fine. I think it's alright. It's a tool that can be used. Either well or poorly. Game rushed out the door and unfinished. Just definitely, yeah. I didn't force the issue, Jesus. You know, in Force Unleashed 2, the physics engine was a little bit rough, but even worse was the wrapper that they used for all the sound files, because those were all encoded as MIDI chlorians.
You made it. Well done.
Sorry. Yeah. No. Ah. Go. Tarts. Dang it. I'm sorry.
And I was wrong. And it was a foolish chance to take. Don't worry about the noise. We're safe here. I have looked after the well-lit room for many, many years now. There is no shadow in the well-lit room. The power is fail-safe, and all the bulbs are numbered and changed regularly based on their make and model.
Right.
Mm-hmm. I may have had that one going. I'm sorry.
There's an old army base at Raincoat Point, north of here. It was active during the Second World War. They operated here back then. They must have
She's
built
holding
this.
a lamp.
Yes, they did. It's my place now.
Mm-hmm. Always wondered if this part was inspired by the novel Invisible Man by Ralph Ellison. That's an interesting poll. I don't think I've ever read that one. It's very possible this game likes to wear its influences on its sleeve. So it's entirely possible that's the case. Force Unleashed 2 does still use Euphoria, digital molecular matter, and Havoc. Interesting.
33 and 118 need changing soon, and I don't want to climb up the ladder to change them because it's very late, and I'm tired. And if you take it, I won't have to do that anymore.
The page was autobiographical, a memory from my childhood. But I didn't write this. It was a page written by Thomas Zane. None of them were supposed to exist anymore.
Alan, 7 years old, would fight sleep to the bitter end. When he did sleep, he soon woke up, screaming, the nightmares fresh in his mind. One evening, his mother, sitting by his bed, offered him an old light switch. She called it the clicker, and flicking the switch would turn on a magical light that would drive the beast away. To imbue the talisman with all possible power, she added that it had been given to her by Alan's father. Alan never knew him, and anything of his took on mythical proportions in his mind. With the clicker firmly in his hand, Alan finally slept like a baby. Now, almost 30 years later, Alan thought of this as he stood on the rim of Cauldron Lake, the clicker in his hand. He took a deep breath and jumped.
My mind swirled. I'd given the clicker to Alice, yet it was here, Zane had written it into existence in a story I had written.
I'm gonna pause right here. Yeah, that is Max Payne's VA. They change Zane's VA for Alan Wake 2. So, something's going on here. This is not Zane writing about fake Alan. This is probably Zane adding details to the real Alan's childhood in order to facilitate this. Probably. However, it is possible that this is Alan writing Zane in order to help fake Alan grab this MacGuffin and use it to defeat the Dark Presence, right? Zane and Wake share a VA in 2. Close. Zane is actually voiced by and played by Alan Wake's face model for the live action cutscenes, where Alan Wake has a face model and then is dubbed over by the voice actor who plays Dr. Casper Darling in Control. So it's actually Alan's face's real voice is Zane in 2. It's weird. Fun, but weird. So they do have different voices in Alan Wake 2, but they have the same face. So yeah, it's open to interpretation whether or not this is Alan writing the clicker into existence and using Zane to explain why it's here, or this could be Thomas Zane writing Alan Wake into existence back in the 70s. That's correct, Valkyrie. Yeah. Zane is portrayed and voiced by Ika Vili. Alan Wake is portrayed by Vili, but voiced by Matthew Porretta. Which is weird and cool. It is a loop. It is. Would it be more correct to say that influencing, since the darkness can't create things from... Did you mean to say from scratch on purpose? Did you mean to say that? Because you made a little bit of a pun there. It's probably closer to influencing. Although Alan Wake was born in like the late 70s. So Zane would probably be writing this before Wake was born? It's unclear.
I can get to her now. I can finish this.
Zane conceived Alan? Now that's possible, actually. Maybe.
Want to know a fun fact? Apparently I stopped playing BL3 last just before the final boss lines know.
Oh. Cool. Real world timeline doesn't matter to somebody in the lake. The lake is dreamlike, so time is convoluted there. Yeah. Yeah, we don't know who Alan's dad is, so who knows? That said, we were just talking about Star Wars, so maybe it's a situation like when Emperor Palpatine and Darth Sidious decided to cast their evil out into the universe in order to impregnate spirituality. And that's when Anakin was born. No, seriously, they try to explain this by saying that, like, Darth Sidious and Palpatine did a ritual that was so evil that they wanted to turn the Force evil, so they put all this evil out into the universe using their Force powers, and in order to balance out that evil with good, the universe immaculately conceived Anakin in Shmi Skywalker's belly. It's so dumb. Mm-hmm. What? No. I swear this is a thing. I swear that's a real thing.
And thus capabilities was born thanks Simps Pal.
Mm-hmm. That's the one, yeah. Okay, but the pod race scene was pretty cool. The pod racing's pretty cool. But why? Because they're evil bad guys. They love it. They love evil and like doing it. I don't know. Do they need a reason? Palpatine's such a one-dimensional character. Like, he's just evil and he loves it. That's it. I don't know if that's the current canon. It is not. That is not the current canon. That is a legacy fact for you. That was part of the expanded universe before Disney retconned it. So I don't believe that that's still true. It was Sidious and Darth Plagueis. That's correct. Oh, did I say Sidious and Palpatine? That doesn't make sense. Yeah, Sidious and Plagueis.
They put such a powerful evil out into the universe that it culminates in a completely unknown and unexplained romance.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. I hate I hate the Sith. They're the worst thing that Episode 1 added to the Star Wars canon. It's the worst thing the prequels did to Star Wars. It's worse than midichlorians. The Sith are so stupid. I hate them. But the Sith and Jedi have dumbass codes. That wasn't always the case. The prequels made them way dumber. Because the prequels added all that shit where they're like, oh, Jedi can't feel emotions or whatever. And it's like, oh, that's dumb. No, the Jedi is just about like, oh, don't let yourself give into feelings of like revenge and hatred. Like, don't let yourself be overcome by your desire for vengeance. And then in the prequels, they're like, no, emotions are all bad. Don't feel. It's so stupid. There was a better way to make them bad, and the way was that, you know how Star Wars A New Hope is just a ripoff of Kurosawa's Hidden Fortress? The Jedi should have been the Shinsengumi. They're the last bastion of a dying breed who is loyal to an empire that's crumbling. as it expands into a wider universe. It's so easy.
Insight. I like the idea of seeing the Jedi at the end of their existence. Dogmatic, bogged down by centuries of compounding tradition until they became fearful,
Yeah.
complacent, and ineffectual when the galaxy needed them most.
And there's a really easy way to do that, and it's rip off films like When the Last Sword is Drawn, or any of the million films about the Shinsengumi. Like, there's so many of them. You assume Lucas knows about the Shinsengumi? I assume because there's so many movies about them, and he definitely watched Kurosawa films, so I would assume so. It's brain dead. It's so easy to do, though. I need to use the little buns room. So I'll be back.
Space for Roni Kenshin.
Yeah, but hopefully with a much less problematic creator. I will be right back. Hello. How y'all doing? I'm sorry for bringing up Star Wars. Hopefully we have had a productive chat about Star Wars. Hello. Rebels apologists? Ah, cool. Chat is tainted now. I pretty much stopped caring about Star Wars after, like, the thing is, I was a huge Star Wars fan in middle school, and Star Wars Episode 1 came out, like, the weekend of my birthday in May. So I was like, oh, I'm going to get all my friends together, and we're going to go see the midnight premiere of Star Wars Episode 1 for my birthday. And then I saw Episode 2 at the midnight premiere again. I remember having pretty positive opinions about Episode 1, but after watching Episode 2, I did not like Star Wars anymore. And then when I went to go see episode 3 in theaters, I had pretty much given up at that point, and it was just an obligation. And I came out of it and I was like, well, it's dead to me. So I have not watched any Star Wars media since, really, aside from playing a couple of the video games. But it's basically dead to me. I do not care. I liked Jedi Survivor. That game was pretty fun. That's all I got to say about that. Anyway, okay. I need to stop talking about Star Wars. I need to stop talking about Lomst. And I need to stop comparing Alan Wake to Kingdom Hearts. Okay, so what's happening in Alan Wake is that Alan is writing a book which is similar to, like, Grimoire Vice. So Barbara Jagger is like the dead god who infected Alan with white chlorination syndrome. So the one that's stuck in the lake is the Gestalt, but he created a replicant that is running around. No, hang on.
They put bugs in him.
So now his replicant is running around trying to save his Gestalt from the lake, and then I like Nier. That's a really good series. Is Sheriff Breaker this game's Kaine? Oh, and Barry is Emil. I figured it out.
Previously on Alan Wake, I wrote a horror story that has come true. Thomas Zane did the same in the 70s.
You will go no further.
If I continue like the Dark Presence wants me to, the story I'm writing won't save Alice. It's a horror story. No one will survive.
You knew Zane! Thomas Zane! You're the Lady of the Light in the song!
He left something behind to help me. The clicker.
Alan thought of this as he stood on the rim of Cauldron Lake, the clicker in his hand. He took a deep breath and jumped.
I can get to her now. I can finish this.
Yeah. 2 years ago. Adam Sandler in Clicker. I'm familiar with clickers.
I had a hangover. My head was about to explode
2 years
and the
ago.
light hurt my eyes.
Shadow Moses.
I needed my sunglasses and painkillers to dull the pain. In one of my finer moments of self-deception, I swore to quit drinking.
Oh, I can hear that electricity. Oh, I hate when that happens. Alan, your future's so bright, you gotta wear them shades.
The sunglasses made the world look bearable. Now I could keep my eyes open without feeling like a vampire in the sun.
Painkillers. This is very Max Payne.
The pills worked fast. The
thank
prospect of being awake started to seem bearable again.
As a photosensitive, I feel this. That's understandable. Yeah.
There was a message waiting for me on the machine.
When he does it, he looks like a bit of a dork, though. I need to watch the movies that these QR codes lead to. Gosh, we also have to watch the Bright Falls. live action short. And Silent Hill Ascension? No! I refuse.
You have one new message.
Ow! Are you still asleep? Wakey, wakey! You should have your show on your TiVo. If Alice wasn't too mad to record
Are they allowed to say TiVo?
She called me earlier and really chewed me out. Yeah, we went a little overboard last night. But parties are a part of this business. Al, look, I'm saying this as your friend. She's not doing your career any favors by trying to run your life like that, okay? I'll talk to you later, Al. Watch the show.
TiVo is copyrighted? I thought it was. I think it's a brand name. Like Xerox. Or Q-Tip.
I'd been a guest on the talk show the previous night, talking about my latest book. The show was supposed to be waiting for me on our TiVo.
I think you'd just call this like a DVR. Intentionally jarring in the timeline. Yeah. Maybe surprised at that number. Oh no. The fuck is a TiVo? Oh god. So back in caveman times, in the mid 2000s, you could get a cable box that had like a built-in TV guide where it would tell you like what's going to be on each channel, and you could program it to record a specific show. Hi.
I just want to come and smooch you.
Oh.
Everyone held the bun that they're cute and that they're smart. Keep talking.
Yeah. So you could record a television show and watch it whenever you wanted. So you didn't have to catch it live. And also so that you didn't have to use a VCR to like record it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Harry Garrett Show.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We have a great show tonight. I've been talking with the best-selling author Alan Wake about his new
Look
book,
at Alan.
Sudden Stop.
Yeah, good read. Go buy it.
No, it is a good read. Look, I'm gonna be honest here.
Is that wise?
No, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I got people who give me the lowdown on books. I'm a busy guy. But this one, I actually read from cover to cover. I mean, I'm a big fan.
Wow, thanks.
Wow,
This
thanks.
might be a spoiler for those who haven't read the book yet. Based on the sales figures, the two people out there who haven't
That
read
is the same face model, yeah.
But this last book is all about the death of the main character, the hard-boiled New York detective, Alex Casey. Now,
Yeah, that's
there's been
wild.
a lot of outrage about this. Why the hell did you kill Casey? What the hell were you thinking, man?
Good riddance. No, seriously though, 7 years and 6 books is a long time. He was a gloomy guy to spend all your working hours with, and it was a good run. But it's time to explore new things. My next book will be a departure from the old for me.
You selfish bastard, always thinking of yourself. Well, you've certainly given us a lot of entertainment over the years.
I feel like he's actually mad about this.
Okay,
Now, you mentioned
everyone,
it. Casey
poll
was
is
a
up.
gloomy guy.
Oh,
Never
okay.
had much luck with his love life with the lady.
Departure.
Was that autobiographical in any way?
Yeah, no kidding. Casey's lady friends tended to die on him. With Casey, it was all about his pain. No, nothing autobiographical about that. I'm a happily married man. My wife is my muse.
Well,
Yeah, literally and metaphorically.
congratulations. That's great to hear. So, how's the publicity tour been treating you?
Good, great. But I gotta say, I'm glad to be back home in New York.
Well, you've certainly been on the news a lot lately.
Alan, who's that next to you?
Lots of parties and, you got into a fight with some paparazzi.
Oh, man. Well, that guy was really in my face. I lost my temper. I know that wasn't cool.
You are famous for that temper.
Well, I did also write several books.
Well, your latest novel is called The Sudden Stop,
Mhm.
and it's in bookstores now.
Go get it. That means the two of you out there who haven't bought it yet. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all we have for you tonight. I want to thank all our guests for the evening. Alan Wake, Sam Lake. Once more, do the face reveal. There it is. And our musical guests, Poets of the Fall. Thank you, and good night.
At least I'd been funny. I told myself I could live with that.
Did you watch the show?
I didn't say anything stupid.
Oh, Sam Lake. Cool. Hey, do the Max Payne face. Jesus. Oh my god. They did say Poets of the Fall, and that's them right there. They're right in the back. Look at them. Oh my goodness. Heckin'. I feel like these polls are unfair. He keeps doing it? I do like them asking Alan if this is autobiographical. In the context of this fucking game? Which is, like, clearly about the struggle of the team who made Max Payne to make Alan Wake. To come up with a follow-up to Max Payne 2.
Are you gonna start with me about drinking now?
You know what? Go back to sleep, Alan.
The polls are in no way rigged. Biased.
What?
Yes, but absolutely not rigged.
Now you can't even talk to me?
Well, this morning I was angry because you said you'd be home at midnight and you showed up at 7 a.m. and passed out in mid-sentence. Now I'm over it. Are you angry?
This goddamn tour. It's gotten out of hand.
Oh, honey. It's almost over, right? We can get back to normal. Then you can start writing again.
I'm sorry, honey.
Alan, you're not
Have you
thinking
thought of
straight.
playing Max
Just
Payne
take
2
a
on
shower and
stream?
go back to bed, huh?
Yeah, you're right, honey. I'm sorry. Once this is over, let's go away together. A vacation. Just you and me. Some peace and quiet.
I have considered playing Max Payne on stream. Because I have not played them, actually.
Somehow, the clicker was the key to the cabin. I had to return to Cauldron Lake to save Alice. I'm going back to the lake to finish this. I'm going to write an ending to the story in the manuscript on my own terms, to make it all right.
Why can't you just write it here?
The last page is still in the typewriter. I need to read it first. Everything needs to be just right. Zane tried to cut some corners, and it didn't end well.
Okay, ready when you are.
I'm sorry, Sarah, but I need to do this alone. Barry, take her gun. Mr.
Okay.
Wood, close the door when I leave.
Love you, Barry.
See you later.
Mama gave me a magic clicker. Yes, I think it's true and fair to say.
It's true and fair to say.
I'd flicked the switch of the clicker. Had it done this? I didn't stop to question it. I had to take advantage of the sunlight to get to the lake. On Zane's page, I had stood on the rim of Cauldron Lake, about to use the clicker. That's where I was headed.
Show me the champion of light. I'll show you the herald of darkness.
Alone,
lost
in daylight, surrounded by the beauty of the Pacific Northwest landscape. It was hard not to let doubt creep in one last time. I could still chalk everything up to a dream, a delusion. I had enough imagination to make up something like this. Having been in the cabin all this time, trapped in a story inside my head, gone mad from grief over Alice's death like Hartman had claimed, there would be no way of knowing. I told myself it didn't really matter. My course was set.
Visit the Haunted Witch's Ladle. Stay in our country cabins or bear-free campsites. Was mentioned in the first one. Yeah, they also mentioned the town of Watery, which is a location that you visit in 2, but doesn't really show up in the first one. I don't want to go through a whole logging camp. I think there's a bunch of other locations you can stop and visit during this drive. You can make this whole section really long. And I don't want to. Feels like the setting of an open world that you talked about. Yeah, this is probably elements from when this was supposed to be an open world game.
There was a link between us. Always would be. I could feel its presence again, getting closer.
I will kill your wife.
Oh, well that's rude. Yeah, don't do that. Suddenly night.
The Dark Presence was no longer trying to capture the Rider so he could create the ending it wanted. The Rider knew too much. He was too strong. And he carried a weapon left behind by Thomas Zane, something that could hurt it. Now, the darkness was doing everything in its power to simply stop the Rider from ever reaching Cauldron Lake and the dark place it came from.
Well, that's really good, Adam. Sorry, Eddie. Many segments that feel like remnants of an open world. I feel like what we got is better. Linearity fits a novel better than just flailing around a large map for hours. Yeah, for sure. I would have liked to interact with the town more, though. One of my biggest problems with this game is that there's a lot of wandering around in the woods and shooting things. And I wanted more hanging around in the town and talking to people kind of stuff. I feel like Alan Wake 2 does a better job of that. It's not perfect. There could still be more, but it's pretty good. Oh, there's the use of the flashlight. Okay. They changed the button for activating your lights. That stuff is folks talking. Yeah, agreed. I wonder. Nope. Invisible wall. I'm outie. Yeah, I'm gonna miss out on a couple collectibles because I don't want to go check out all the houses and stuff. But I think that's okay.
What the hell?
Run, Alum! Run! Whee! Drivers can't ride down pedestrian paths unopposed. Whee! The props are after you? The props are hunting me. Alright, I think what I want to do is...
What the hell?
Ellen, please. Please move. Please go. Ow. Would... Cool. Whee! I imagine there's got to be some cool prop flying kind of like speedrunning tricks here. Game dev at the clinic talks about talking with NPCs and how writers should just shut up and the game needs more action. I'm sure that was actually a pretty common opinion at the time. Like, that was not uncommon. What the hell? And it's like people who are criticizing Metal Gear Solid 2 for having big, long cutscenes. And it's like, well, what are you here for? Why are you here? Okay, I think I made it. It was miserable. I'm also trying to, like, shortcut it. It's a Kojima game? Alan Wake? Yeah. I mean, not literally, but, you know, spiritually.
What the hell?
I would be fascinated to know what Sam Lake and Hideo Kojima would come up with together. Ow. Fight past the poltergeists. You know, Poltergeist, that game from the Sega Genesis? Was it The Haunting starring Poltergeist? Alright, we gotta get out of here. Oh, it wasn't a demon. It was, construction equipment. Nailed it.
Nice to see you, too.
Demon was the working class all along. Whoa, is that a monster truck? That is a monster and also a truck. Oh, jeez. It's fine, I got this. Construction equipment is a literal tool of capitalism. Or capitalism has hijacked it. Consuming its labor. Yeah. Uh-oh. Alan has decided to exit the car. Thank goodness for those crumple zones. Bravely, Alan ran away. No, God. Pick up all this ammo. Yeah. Get away. Yeet. Bravely ran away. He bravely ran away. When danger reared its ugly head, he bravely turned his tail and fled. Brave Sir Alan bravely ran away.
The bottom of Cauldron Lake was a graveyard of things the lake had claimed in one way or another over the decades. The Dark Presence brought them up in its wake, scattering the rotten waterlogged hull of an old boat here, the remains of a long-ago crashed airplane there, trees shattered under the impacts. The earth groaned. It didn't even notice.
Imagine if this was on the hardest mode. If I was playing this on Nightmare, I would not be trying to speed through it this way. In its wake, like the waves of of something moving through the lake, they would have like a wake behind them, stirring up the deluge from... Hang on, I'm going somewhere with this. Never mind. I'm not going anywhere with this. I've gone nowhere with this. Oh. Mm-mm. Oh. Is that a manuscript? Okay, I guess I'll take that.
In the end, Barry wasn't going to shoot Sarah. They both knew that. Once she had no chance of catching up to Wake, Barry gave up the gun and sat down on the floor, shielding his face from the merciless glare of the well-lit room. "I don't think I'm ever going to see him again," he said in a weak voice. Sarah didn't have it in her to be mad at him. Besides, he was probably right.
That's rough. Or a wake isn't a bunch of people remembering a dead guy. It's really weird that Thomas Zane wrote himself out of existence and all of his writing. He used the power of the lake to make that come true, right? To get rid of all of his writing, except for what was contained in a shoebox. Which is where he left the clicker. It's one of the reasons I pointed out that there is a shoebox full of Thomas Zane's books in the cabin at the beginning of the game. It's also the reason that the shoeboxes are like your item storage in Alan Wake 2. It does come back in Control as well, yeah. In a way, it's very similar to Xion in Kingdom Hearts, who is a different version of the main character, the same way that Alan is also Tom, is also Alan, right? Xion is a version of Sora who is gaining his memories, but she has to be forgotten by everyone and written out of existence by Naminé in order to save Sora, knowing But who else will I have ice cream with?
The point of apologizing is to learn and do better, Lucky Bunenji.
Okay, maybe it's not an apology then. Maybe my apology was not sincere. I'm sorry in the sense that I feel sorry for y'all having to put up with me. Not in the sense of I apologize. Sigh. Oh. I'm sorry, it will happen again. Cool. Oh god. Oh jeez. I have the wrong gun equipped.
Ban, you are, how do you say, faut sourire?
Yeah. Yeah, like that. Isn't... Let me see if I remember correctly, but I think this section of the game is Destruction Derby. Oh god. It's taken over the crane. Is this the way to go? Oh, Death Rally? Another Remedy game? Ooh, good call.
Zane cut its heart out, but it didn't die. The thing that wore Barbara's face kept crooning sweet nothings sugar-laced with poison. He put on the suit, untied the monster from the chair. The thing in his arms thrashed weakly, but he held fast. He stepped outside, off the pier, and into the dark water, a sinking pinprick of light descending toward a bottom that never came.
That's me. Oh, to be a bottom that never came. Yeah. Never's a long time though. I don't know about that.
That's why you put a cork in its aim.
I forget where to go. Gotta get to Cauldron Lake. Oh, there's a thing up there. Okay. The most celibate say-so streamer. Exactly. Can't believe I didn't see this big giant ladder with a light shining right on it. Stupid. There we go. That's how we get out of here. No problem. Easy peasy. Fuck. Got you. Alright, no problem. Ah! Wake, attacked by bulldozer. Oh, I think it goes slow to prevent me from getting away from the bulldozer. I don't know if they expected me to defeat the bulldozer that quickly. Hmm. This time it's personnel, kid. Hmm. Hmm. You know what this scene could have used? Is, like a radio in the car? And maybe some Poets of the Fall? Just,
when I told Barry
thinking
my
out
plan
loud.
back in the well-lit room, I'd acted as if I knew what I was doing. I didn't. I was operating on the shifting logic of a dream. I had to fight my way to the lake through the horrors of the night. I had to flick an old battered light switch imbued with childhood magic. I had to write a happy ending to a horror story. I had to save my wife from the dark prison she was being held in.
I think he's putting a lot of weight on writing a happy ending to a horror story. Like it's gonna be the most difficult thing he's got to do.
I've played this level before, in Half-Life 2 Episode 2.
I feel like horror stories have good endings. You know, not always. Sometimes they're a little like bittersweet, but like, wow, this looks like a big old arena. Writing is hard. Writing is very hard.
Never give her to you.
Turn on a bunch of lights over here. Maybe that'll help. Horror book and Page Master disagrees. You remember in Page Master, there's like a scene right at the end where there's like a big dragon. There's this oddly detailed scene of the main character being swallowed by this dragon and then trying to like escape from inside the dragon's tummy. I don't bring this up for any particular reason. I'm just like, does anybody else remember that happening?
Of the rigidity of genre, which is especially weird since he is a King fan and he wrote The Dark Tower.
Ow. There? Alright. I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream has a happy ending? No, absolutely not. It does and should not. That said, that's not a horror story, it's a science fiction short story. But that's just me. The video game has one? That sounds like a travesty waiting to happen. The problem with a good ending for I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, or like a happy ending for that, is that those characters should probably not they should probably not have a happy ending. They kind of fucking suck. But like Am sucks worse. But they're also not good. Video game existing was certainly a choice. Certainly a choice. From the makers of Darkseid 2. If I'm not mistaken. Whee! And no, I've not played the video game. I have not
I could
played.
see Mirror Peak in the distance. That's where Cauldron Lake was.
I have no mouth and I must scream. But I am aware of it. People go on about Skynet. It could be a good Tuesday game. Yo, a minecart level. Just like Donkey Kong. Let's go. Whee! I think I remember that, Judd. Oh, the track is gone here. That's gonna... No? Oh, okay. Just went right on over that. Alright, cool. Neat. Time for some jungle japes. Oh, I think I remember that now. I think that anecdote was specifically about Michael Dawson. Oh my goodness. I do remember the Page Master. From Fern Gully? Oh god. Yeah, that's a good one. Burbs. Why is there like an upper section? Oh. Can I like push a thing? Oh, do I want to go over that way? Oh. Oh, is that what I want to do? Is that where I came from? Okay, so I don't want to go this way then. Oh no. This may have been a mistake.
The game and voices AM.
I did hear that, and he does a great job. To be fair to the creation of AM, which I should not be, it wasn't designed explicitly with a hatred of human beings in mind. It simply has become, it grew a hatred of them, because it was designed to do war against them. And it was also one of I believe, a series of supercomputers. Like a bunch of different countries each built their own supercomputer to facilitate ever more complex wars between each other. And eventually they just became subsumed into AM. who then just fucking hated humankind. But I don't think he was programmed specifically to hate people. Ow? Is there... What, is there like a dude behind me? Or what? Not just the hatred of one supercomputer, but the hatred of all the supercomputers. Right. Oh, I keep stepping in the goop. That's what happens. Okay. So stupid. We've created the Torment Nexus from the classic sci-fi novel Don't Create the Torment Nexus. That's the one.
Oh, I thought I cleaned up my goop. Sorry about that.
It's okay. Keep an eye out next time. Pick that up before somebody gets hurt, okay? Yeah, we did make its existence hellish in it, which is to return the favor. It's vindictive. We built a computer that hates us. Understandably. Is there anything else I really need to say about this game before we get to the sequel? Here's my plan. I'm gonna finish Alan Wake. Maybe I'll play the DLC. And then I think it would be a good time to do Silent Hill 2.
Damn.
Truck. Big truck. You streamed Control already? No. I don't believe so. Control's one of those games, like, I might skip American Nightmare, yeah. Or maybe I'll give it a try, why not? I could probably do it in one session. Control, I feel like I've got a similar issue to Metal Gear Solid 3. I did stream a bit of Control a while back, yeah. I'm not sure which Control, though. Control, to me, has a similar problem to Metal Gear Solid 3, where it's just pretty good. It's just kind of a great game. But I also don't feel like I have a lot to add to that. I don't know if I have that much interesting to say about a game that's just pretty good. I don't know what hit us. Much better pacing than the main game. Much more interesting writing. Alright, I'm down. I'm down to give it a shot. Shit. I like seeing all this stuff being dredged up from the bottom of the lake. How many enemies it throws at you at times? Oh, good. My favorite. Okay. There's something cool about all of the stuff that's being dredged up from the lake to throw at Alan, because it's boats and propellers and anchors, but it's also all the bodies in the lake, you know? What it's throwing at us is not just the objects itself, but it's the history of the town and the land it's on, you know? And that's kind of cool. There's something fun about that. There's something similar to the way that Alan kind of creates his artwork, right? Because what he's doing is dredging up his own memories and inspirations and the things that affected him in the past and using those to create art out of. That's kind of how it's done. To see the lake doing something more physical is kind of fascinating. I talked a bit before about how the Jungian shadow is considered to be where creativity comes from. It's where we pull our, like, the thoughts that come from inside us. And that can be a dark place that we don't want to wrestle with. Similar to the bottom of the lake, there is junk down there that we don't want to deal with. Kaboom! Whee! Alright. Do you think the darkness was evil to begin with? That's a good question. Just became like that? Started talking to white people or something? Like, that's a good question. I feel like that is something that I'm going to have to answer towards the end of this game. But there's a couple of things going on. The dark presence is something that exists in Cauldron Lake and has for a long time ago. They kind of imply that it either comes from, like, deep, deep within the earth, or possibly from, like, a meteor that caused this lake to exist in the first place. The dark presence is a very Lovecraftian kind of, like, eldritch entity, and what I think it's doing is not necessarily being good or evil, but giving itself a form. I feel like it is a formless thing with no creativity, but infinite creative power. Like, it can manifest anything, but it doesn't have the ability to think of a new shape. So it needs artists to come up with forms for it so that it can exist. At least in my opinion. That Zane and Alan created the Darkness Lake in a chicken and egg scenario? That's certainly possible. Although for a couple of reasons, I think that the lake existed beforehand. Same with the Dark Presence. And that's because the lake is not the only outlet or entrance to that place. doesn't have an inherent mind or will at all. It just mimics. And one of the things it mimics is having intent. That's certainly possible. Because my interpretation of the Dark Presence is that it's a metaphor for capitalism, I have to take the interpretation that it exists entirely to propagate itself and consume. It exists only to grow and devour. With no inherent will or purpose beyond becoming larger and subsuming everything, right? So that's gonna be my interpretation of it. If you've got a different interpretation of what the darkness is supposed to represent, then you're probably gonna come up with a different motive for the Dark Presence. Which I think is valid. But yeah, I do think that it's an infinite growth type scenario, right? Oh, generator. Generator. Yeah, the darkness gets inflated big and round. Obviously. See. Fucking take that. And that. And one of those. Is he still over there? There's one. Yeah. It's relevant stuff and controls Alan Wake DLC. Ah! You surprised me. I got startled, so I shot a flare at him. That's what you do when you're startled. Here's another thing that the Dark Presence could be, though. So, when we're talking about the Jungian ego, or like the Jungian sense of self, we talk about the shadow existing as a part of oneself because it contains the personal subconscious, right? It's the thoughts that are in our own head that we don't have direct access to, but that can manifest through things like individuation, which Jung described as a conflict between syzygies, or between a syzygy of things. Yeah, baby. Oh, American Nightmare's canon. That's fine. American Nightmare doesn't do anything that violates the canon. I know what the story is of it, and it's fine. It's possible. So, the shadow does contain the personal subconscious, but it also contains the collective unconscious. It's sort of like the conduit between an individual's conscious mind and their own and others' subconsciouses. The collective subconscious contains things like archetypes and tropes and cultural ideas and all of these things that kind of are shaped by the society that we live in. Jung may have had more supernatural interpretations of what the collective subconscious might be, but it doesn't need to be understood, right? And it's possible that things like the dark presence and the darkness under the lake could be a form of collective unconscious. They could be aspects of the subconscious of everyone who lives in this town, of everyone who's lived on this land. It is their history and their culture and all of the dark aspects of them that have brought us to this point. And the dark presence is merely dredging them up from the bottom of the lake, something like that. Signal noise. I'm sure I said it before. There's a few circumstances in life where you can truly have nothing. It's coming from us for further development after 2. Someone at that lake had creative force, so underutilized because of something that it got loose. Creatives go through blocks, burnouts, and a lot of stress trying to do this. Life being what it is. Dark presence scratch is the result of that not going anywhere. Huh. Possible. Alan did not actually leave the lake and do those things. It's just something he experienced in the lake. It's literally his nightmare. Yeah, Alan Wake's American Nightmare is versions of a story he's writing to test the limits of what's possible in the lake, right? He's writing different circumstances down there. Which is fine.
After Zane had gone, I stood alone in the shifting dream that was the dark place. I had to find a way to the cabin. I'd written myself a way through this place in the manuscript. I followed the idea of a path. I'd written myself across the ocean that blocked my way, and with that, there was a bridge to the island beyond. The idea of the cabin flickered in the underwater darkness. I willed the cabin to be real, and it was.
Mm-hmm. American Nightmare happened in the dark place. It matches the looping, spiraling structure in Alan Wake 2. Yes. It's like Alan Wake 2's version of New York. It's all stuff that's happening in the lake. Turn the slab. I got so many flares, I might as well use them, right? How many do I have left? Ah, I got like 4. I'm good.
As you're told.
Mm-hmm. Is that meant to be Zane's wife? It's the dark presence inhabiting Barbara Jagger, Zane's wife, yeah. After she died and he tried to write her back to life, the dark presence was inside her. And I want us to think about that for a second. Too. I think we need that. Due to the events in 2, that Scratch is an out-of-control ego, and every creative needs some amount of narcissism in order to work. It's how we believe worth experiencing. So, okay, so... Barbara Jagger is Thomas Zane's wife. Yes. Although she was much younger when she went into the lake. He said, when we met him, he said, she looks so old now. Which is interesting. So, here's a thing. Okay. Thomas Zane tried to use the power of the lake in order to write his wife, Barbara Jagger, back to life. And when she came into existence, she brought the dark presence with her, inside her, right? This is... Zane is not writing his wife back to life, right? What he's doing is writing a character, Barbara Jagger. Elf, hello. How you doing? Transmuted, it's so good to see you. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Oh my goodness. I'm geeking out about Alan Wake tonight. So yeah, what Thomas Zane winds up creating is not his wife brought back to life. It's a character that he writes of Barbara Jagger. And I want to think about the implications of that when it comes to the fact that Alan Wake has wrote a character of himself that is doing all of the stuff that is happening in this game. Because I think it's possible that what Mr. Scratch is what happens to the character Alan Wake after this game. I think when we see Mr. Scratch from this point on, what we're seeing is this character who's been inhabited by the dark presence. Because I think that's all I think it's most comfortable inhabiting the fictional characters. It's most comfortable inhabiting the fiction, not like real people, right? Embodied plagiarism, creation without creativity. Yeah, that could be true too. I do remember the ritual in Alan Wake too. Something similar will happen here. Or Mr. Scratch is the real Alan? I don't know about that. About Nightingale in the ending of this game? I mean, we'll get to it. We'll talk about it.
Alice never loved you.
Let's wait until we get there. We can exist and love people deeply, but we cannot be them, not in this way that we can. We are ourselves. Our experience of others will still be external, and when you try to write them, you can write their actions, not their mind. The dark presence sees that as an empty shell to inhabit because you cannot have nothing. Sort of. It's, you can write a character, but you could never write a person because a person is a series of experiences, and anything that you're writing in fiction doesn't have the ability to experience things. It merely is a series of facts, which is not the way that people work. It's the way that characters are because they're a facsimile of somebody. You can never write someone because you can never know everything that's in someone. And in those dark places, those gaps in your knowledge, those parts of another person that you don't know, that's what the dark presence can inhabit, right? Something like that, maybe? I don't know. We see in this game, Alan can't even write himself as a person.
Adamari Dynasty music kicks in.
Like, this Alan is just a character.
You can't win.
Oh no, she was right! Damn it. It's almost mandatory that a game like this has a giant monster at the end to deal with. To be fair, most Stephen King movies do end with a big dumb CGI monster coming out of nowhere. So, you know, it's appropriate to the genre at least. There's just a big dumb CGI monster. Like a spider or a meatball full of teeth. Most of the presence touches aren't actually rewritten, they're merely hollowed out, reduced to a line or two of words and a few actions. Yeah, one of the reasons that I think the Dark Presence represents capitalism is because the people who are hollowed out, the ones who are taken, are really like reduced to their labor. All the things that they're saying are two-dimensional characteristics, but they're also all related to their job. They're all related to the work they do, not the people they were. It's gross. Yeah, and like marketing phrases, they're advertising. It's very weird. Sophie from Mars did a good video about this game, where she talks about this being a representation of Alan's like petty bourgeois perception of the working class, where he sees himself separated from the workers and like the like industry as being above that, as being like an artist or a creator and having some kind of leverage over that, but also being exploited by the larger dark presence of capitalism. And I certainly think that's a possible interpretation. But I also think that there's more of the dark presence influencing his writing and inhabiting those characters that he's leaving a little more blank than being his actual writing. I feel like the dark presence is using other writing on top of Alan's work. Like things that would have been written for advertisements and things like that. You're identifying a malleable set of events that can apply in multiple contexts depending on what you feel strongest about. See the capitalism angle, but for me, it's about how difficult it is to be creative, to make something that's worth it, and how you deal with all the BS around it. It certainly is all of these things, right? Like the way that the game is written is purposefully open to interpretation. I think that it's true to say that this game is somewhat autobiographical for the team that made it, because it's about the difficulty in making a follow-up to Max Payne 2. It's about the difficulty in running that studio and coming up with all of the ideas for this game. But it's also, I think, definitely about the strain of having to do that writing and that creation under the threat of your studio closing due to existing in capitalism, right? I do think it's about the struggle of art, but I feel like the context that exists in is the struggle of an artist who is forced to create or die, which is the system that we exist in. Metal Gear Solid is about war, the military-industrial complex, but there's heavy themes of how you develop yourself without a father figure and how those two might or will intersect. Yeah, certainly. Those are nested issues, I would say. So, like, it's definitely true to say that this game has more themes than just capitalism bad, but I do think that that's a valid interpretation, and it's the one that speaks to me quite a bit, but it also speaks to me because there's a lot of elements of this game that are about the stress of art being representative of a person and the way that can't work. Sam Lake is in a really weird position after Max Payne's success because he's encouraged to write a follow-up that's better, but also the work itself is walking around wearing his face in a literal sense. So anything that happens with his work is now representative of him as a person. It's the version of him that exists to the public. And every artist has to struggle with that, because the art you make and put out into the world is how you're judged as a person. It's representative of your whole being. And just like Alan can't write a character that's a full person, no piece of art can contain or represent everything that a person is. Yeah, no creative should name their company with their own name. Yeah, probably. Yeah, so I do think there's a struggle in this game talking about the fact that no artist is going to be happy with their work. No artist is going to think that their work is finished or perfect. And on top of that, that no artist is going to feel like their art fully represents everything about them, and how that's kind of horrifying, because other people are going to look at that art as being you, as being a representation of you. And that's one of the reasons that doppelgangers are a big theme in this game. It's one of the reasons we're walking around as a character who is wearing the face of Alan Wake, written by Alan Wake, but also Barry's walking around with a two-dimensional cardboard cutout of Alan. Because that's no less representative of Alan than the character that we're playing as. I like that. I love that, though. You can't sit in that character forever. You can't be Max Payne forever. So now you have to distance yourself, even though it's almost impossible. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Couldn't describe when my art teachers in high school kept asking why I got so anxious about handing in projects. Yeah, I get that. And I feel like that's common. That's an understandable way to feel about art. This game is very meta, because it's a commentary about the creation of art, but it is also art that is commenting about its own creation. It's the reason that we see all these references to Twin Peaks and to like Misery and, you know, Salem's Lot or and things like that, is because all of these things are part of the process of creating this game as art. They're all the things that inspired the work of this. And video games are really unique because they're partially a written work. Like there's a lot of writing that goes into them. There's a lot of written word in a video game. They're partially film or television because they're they involve cinematography, they involve acting, they involve motion, they involve all the aspects of that sort of thing. They're partially music because, of course, music and sound is a huge part of what is going on in the game, and it has to communicate things to the player beyond just being a good song to listen to. It has to also, like UI sounds and things like that, all have to communicate in a dialogue with the audience. But they're also totally unique because they also involve gameplay. So they become a dialogue. They're their own type of syzygy, as Jung would describe, because video games don't exist unless they're being played. Having a player interacting with it is what causes the art to occur. They only exist in a state of compromise between player and technology. You know, like if nobody's playing a game, it's not happening. Interface is the expression. But if you've noticed throughout the course of this game is about a writer finding pages of a manuscript. This game contains episodes of television shows and shows interviews of Alan on TV. This game has a entire rock music concert that you take part in. It is music, it is television, it is writing, it is a video game. It's all of these things are being represented in the media as a whole. It's kind of cool. It's kind of interesting. It's neat. There's also a parallel to be made with something like House of Leaves. Because House of Leaves, the book, is written is a document by one person about a film done by another person, but the document is being edited by a third person who is commenting on the writing about the film and saying that the film didn't exist and never has. But there's other editors in the manuscript who provide counter evidence to that. It's very nested in its meta commentary, which is very similar to a lot of things that are going on in Alan Wake. You can tell it was an inspiration for this.
You can't win.
Whee! All right. Oh, there's so much flare dynamic.
You will fail. It's all in your head. You're making this up.
I just had to get all that out before we finish the game. Have you read The King in Yellow? I feel like I shouldn't. I'm familiar enough with it.
Hell!
Shh, baby. You were having a bad dream.
So, I can't prove this. I don't know if this is true. But I think it's possible that in that black screen right there, we changed from playing Alan Wake, the written character, to playing the real Alan Wake. And I've got a couple of reasons for this. But let's play this scene out and see what happens.
It was just another nightmare.
No,
Everything's fine. You're home.
it wasn't a dream.
Everything's fine.
Turn the lights on. Turn the lights on!
Shh, baby. The power's out. There's no light. Come back to bed and I'll make you forget all about your fear in the dark.
My fear? It's your fear. Why aren't you afraid?
You're not Alice. Turn the lights on now. Where's the clicker? What did you do with it?
Alan, honey, you're still 1 foot in a dream. You're not making any sense. Come back to bed.
So, yeah, Alan twigs immediately that she's not afraid of the dark, which is what's making him afraid. And it goes back again to this idea that, like, the dark presence is able to use art to make things, but what it can make is not people, it's characters. What it created here is what it thinks Alan wants from Alice. It's like, look, it's Alice, except she's perfect with no flaws or fears or problems. You don't have to listen to her complain about her fear of the dark. She's just here for you now. She's flawless and perfect and everything you want. It's all about you all the time. And that's not what Alan or anyone would want. Because that's not human. That's not a person.
Alan?
That's a
You're
character.
scaring me now. Come back to bed. Have you taken your pills? Do you want me to call Dr. Hartman? I read your manuscript. It's brilliant. Departure is your best work yet. You're a genius. I'm so proud of you.
Yeah.
Come back to bed. We'll talk more about it in the morning. Come back to bed, Alan.
Come back to bed, Tom.
Does the QR code actually do anything? It is a video. We should probably watch those later. Those will be fun. They're on the YouTubes, and they're pretty cool. So here in this moment, we know that we're under the lake because we just made our words into reality. Right? The idea that creativity is represented by darkness, the faculty that causes them to be brought into the conscious world is called individuation. When the ego interacts through the shadow with the unconscious mind and pulls it into the conscious, it is casting a light on the idea. You're taking that darkness, which could be anything, could exist in that darkness. Whatever your mind can come up with could be in that shadow because you can't see it yet. And as soon as you cast a light on it, it takes form. It becomes real, right? And we can see that she is not. Amogus.
You must find your way to the cabin. It stands in your way. It won't let you pass. It has no heart. It's filled with darkness. You must fill its heart with light.
I want to be with the one to fill your dark soul with light. I wanted to be the one to fill your dark soul with light. Okay, so. Yeah, there's a second Alan here. Yeah, there's a second Alan here. And I think what we're looking at here, in my interpretation, it's got through watching some of your vids. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Yeah, I'm glad I got that Silent Hill 1 video out before short message came out. Oh my god. It's not that complicated, Bun. It's called self-cess. Okay, fair. Yeah, alright. Okay, I've heard of this. The Alan Onceler? So. Heck. I think, it's my interpretation, that this scene contains Alan Wake, the real person, the writer, who we're playing as, and the Alan Wake character who just jumped into the lake and now has the darkness inhabiting him. I think that's what this is, because otherwise I do not know what happens to the character Alan Wake after jumping into the lake.
Don't mind him. He's Mr. Scratch. Your friends will meet him when you're gone.
It is also a Twin Peaks reference. Spoilers for season 2 of Twin Peaks.
Use the clicker.
Is the player ever the darkness? There is a dream sequence where we play an unseen character in first person that I think may represent the darkness, but I'm not 100% sure. This is the first reference to Mr. Scratch in the game, yes. Burb. Oh, I have a phone call.
I followed the idea of a path.
Oh, hey, it's us. I think they meant, have you played The Darkness? Mike Patton. Oh, I love that game. That's a cool game. We're using the light to give form to an idea. Do I have... Do I have Zane's poetry? I think you only get it on Nightmare. I'm gonna have to look it up. Where is the poem? Trying to find Zane's writing. Here we go. The diving suit Thomas Zane appears in strongly resembles the one used in the James Bond film For Your Eyes Only. Specifically, the suit worn by Thomas Zane is known as a gym suit. Wait a minute. Like the big gym suit? From Deep Fear? Has anybody collected Zane's poetry anywhere? there are poems by Thomas Zane that I want to read. The blog This House of Dreams has a bunch of Zane poems? Interesting. Why didn't I look this up before? Ah, there it is. Where is this from? Is this from Alan Wake 2, actually? Interesting. All right, I'm gonna read this short poem for you. This is one of the ones in Alan Wake 2, but I thought this might have been from elsewhere. Lost on the shore between the forest and the ocean, the owl and the deer reflected in motion. In his room he will hurt her. In here he is caught. His story ends, her story does not. This is the ritual to lead you on. Your friends will meet him when you are gone. I find Scratch a fascinating character. We're going to talk about him a lot more during Alan Wake 2.
What?
I'm leaving you, Alan. I met someone. I'm in love with someone else.
Alice? No, what are you saying? You can't...
You don't love me. How could you? You don't even love yourself. All you do is torture yourself with work you can't do anymore.
No, I love you more than anything in the world. You're my muse.
I'm not.
Who are you? What have you done with my Alice?
Alan? What are you doing? Put the light back on. What are you doing, Alan? Stop! Put the light back on!
It wasn't true. Nothing like that had ever happened.
This is very similar to the end of Metal Gear Solid 2. Are we still playing the fake Alan? I personally don't think so, but possibly, yes. But that's going to be interpretation.
Across the ocean.
What if this is accompanied by Barry going, I'm taking Alice, Alan, I'm taking it all! It was me all the time, evil Barry.
Let me go. I promise to be good. Please, untie me, you naughty boy. I will help you write your masterpiece. I will love you forever.
No, you're not Barbara Jagger. I made a terrible mistake. I should have never written you back. You came back wrong. Your heart is filled with darkness.
Put that knife away, Thomas. Put it down.
My heart is filled with darkness. Cut it out. Take you back to the depths you came from.
That's rough.
Filled with darkness.
I willed the cabin to be real.
Wow, it sounded a lot like Alan. It is interesting that somehow Zane has... Sometimes Zane has Alan's voice, you know?
Get away from me, you hag! Where am I? Let me go!
Alice! Alice! I'm coming!
Your husband refused to do as he was told. All he had to do was write what I wanted him to write. Now it's too late. It's his fault. You'll stay here forever.
I would say this is the real Alan because you can see the words and needs the light to see the object as it is in the narrative. That's sort of where I'm going with it. This Alan winds up doing some writing, and I think that implies that this might be the real Alan.
Now you will never get her back. I am much older than you. Older than your first work of art. I will find a new face to wear. Someone else to dream me free.
This is a good scene. I like it. Get clicker trained.
I could feel Alice's presence close by. I understood what I had to do now. I knew how to write the ending to Departure. There's light and there's darkness. Cause and effect. There's guilt and there's atonement. But the scales always need to balance. Everything has a price. That's where Zane had gone wrong. There's a long journey through the night back into the light.
Alice? Alice? Oh no!
I hate that this game treats dark as evil. So, yes. But they're clearly doing something with it, right? In a Jungian sense, the dark or the shadow is treated as like a creative force. It's a more subconscious place. And the game treats it that way, but it's also treating it as a sort of a primal fear, sort of the way that it was understood by like Stephen King, or other, like, I would say Western writers who want to talk about the darkness being a fear of mankind because anything could be in the darkness, right? If you want to take a bullshit Evo Psych approach, you would say that, like, you know, primitive mankind survived because they were afraid of the things that could exist in the dark because there could be predators and things out there where they couldn't see them. Right? And I feel like the game is doing something with that. It's not doing it like mindlessly, where it's just treating dark as pure evil. It's treating it as the unknown that is given form through light. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know.
Alan? Alan?
She fell in and then escaped the dark place. Yeah. So Alan wrote an escape from the dark place for her, which happens like 7 days ago. If that makes sense. There's gonna be an instance in Alan Wake 2 where we also see time moving slightly differently in the dark place compared to what's happening in reality. It's a little confusing there. At least I think that's what's happening. Yay! Deerfest! Yeah!
It's not an ending, it's a sequel hook.
Oh man, I love Deerfest. Did we win? Everybody at Deerfest is a winner. Oh man, I see somebody in the window back there though. Okay, I'm willing to talk about this now. How Alan saved Deerfest. Who is that? That's Nightingale. Hey, not to bring everything back to Metal Gear Solid, but this is kind of similar to seeing Vamp during the ending cutscene of Metal Gear Solid 2. But yeah, Nightingale is here. He will appear again in Alan Wake 2. But the thing you have to know is that's probably not Nightingale, right? Like, Nightingale was grabbed by the dark presence. Barbara Jagger said, "I will find another face to wear." I can only imagine that that's probably not Nightingale there. He was already a pretty two-dimensional character. I imagine he's worse now.
It's not a lake. It's an ocean.
Alan, wake up.
I've thought a lot about what that line means. And I think I get it. What did he mean by that? So, the darkness that exists in Cauldron Lake.
Ground control to Major Tom.
I'm sorry, I have to skip David Bowie. we gotta skip the song because otherwise the video gets muted. Ugh. Isn't there a gag in the promotional material for Alan Wake 2 that nobody knew what that line was supposed to mean? Yes.
End with ashes to ashes?
So, a couple things going on. One of which is, I don't think there's one thing that line is supposed to mean. I think it's supposed to be evocative of a larger idea, but I don't think that there's an answer like, oh, what does that line mean? It means blank, right? I think it's supposed to be an impetus to give thought to. But the impression that I get from it is that the dark presence in Cauldron Lake is not a shallow evil. It is deeper and darker than we could ever know. That Cauldron Lake itself might not be a lake in that it is the home of the dark presence, but merely a port in a wider ocean, with many such lakes and tributaries, that the dark presence is merely a thing that exists in more places than just here. It is not an entity swimming in this lake, but it is a natural phenomenon in a larger medium. It's like the whole continent. I'm thinking that there are places like Cauldron Lake all over the world. That all have their own, that all lead into the dark place. You know what I mean? See the blue hole, it's got all sorts of stuff in it. The dark presence is not a localized phenomenon. It is everywhere.
Buban, have you considered that this is actually Sam Lake taking his truth form as Sam Ocean reveals Clow, Quiddle de Colors and Slam Gandalf up into the ceiling?
Yeah. You know what? Possibly. This isn't even his final form. You know what's cute? Sam Lake's not his real name, but his real name is Finnish for lake. I think that's cute. This podcast I like about big abstract monsters that has a point like, if you were an ant and you saw an eye from one burrow entrance and a hand from another, could you comprehend that they belong to the same massive creature? Yeah. Yeah. Sam Lake is Finnish? Yeah. Remedy's a very, very Finnish company. Yeah. They're a very Finnish studio. What is Finnish for Sam? I'm assuming Sami. Oh, I don't want to have to try and pronounce that. Is it Sami Järvi? Is that right? I don't know Finnish. I'm sorry. I don't know if I've ever heard that spoken. Gosh. I like this game a lot. This game makes me think a lot of things. I like this game because it's evocative. It wants to talk a lot about artistic inspirations that it has, but I feel like there's a lot of inspiration to take from it. Oh. It's very cool. I guess... Alright. I guess we gotta do at least one more stream of this, though. Because I need to watch Bright Falls, the short live-action thing. And... I need to play the DLC for this. That's what I gotta do. Kind of like A and E combined? Okay. I will try. Bright Falls is so good. I've heard good things. Gosh. But we will do that time. We will... What did I just say? My brain is broken. We will do that next time.